We're live with stickers. Welcome back, everybody. It's Friday, April 30th. Whoop, 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 whoop. That means it's last Friday in April, and that kind of makes me sad because then we're going to May. We don't know what that means. Stuff.
May
Do
flowers.
we?
Yep. One more month
Flowers.
into 2021. Anyway.
Lordy.
I'm a punny person right now. I blame Gorby. He started it. Anyway.
You're
I will
welcome.
hand the floor to our one and only Alex.
I'm chewing. One sec.
Unbelievable.
This guy not prepared whatsoever.
I expected you to talk for a lot longer than you usually do, so.
Oh, well, we started like 5 minutes late, so I decided to. Okay, well, so you guys won't believe what happened last week. So last week, a lot of shit happened. And you know what happened? At the very end, the thing exploded. So that's all I know.
Okay.
Did that work? Did I do it right? Did I win?
I'm very proud of you.
Oh, thank you.
Alright, so welcome back to Waterdeep, the City of Splendor, for episode 12 of our Dragon Heist campaign. We rejoin our adventurers as they linger inside their Trollskull Manor home just after a fiery explosion rocked the foundations of the building, sending some objects tumbling off of tables, shattering some windows. Screams of the survivors fill the void left by the explosion, and acrid smoke begins to seep across the city, or across the street at the intersection of Thunderstaff Way and Saerdoun Street, just outside the house. Before we rush to investigate, though, there's 3 points of note to cover. The first is a bit of excitement that I forgot to mention during our last episode. Excitement that has begun to rise in the fairer parts of the city related to a massive feast being planned in celebration of the first Open Lord of the city. Garion's Day is celebrated on the 4th day of the next month, and word is that the noble Castellanter family is planning a feast that will put all other feasts to shame. A buzz is beginning to dominate the idle conversation of many in the Sea Ward and the North Ward about the possibility of acquiring a coveted invitation to what is certainly to be a day and night of splendor and decadence. We also have the 2 contacts that Katep and Oren made down at the Dock Ward in this past several days spent carousing and enjoying life in the cheapest part of the city.
Oh yeah.
We did do that.
The first contact you make, and this is in a party contacts folder in your in the journal. The first contact is a human man by the name of Ernest Westbrook, one of 2 bartenders at the Thirsty Throat Tavern along the Way of the Dragon. Ernest is a dark-skinned Rashimi fellow. Rashimi are people from the far east of Farron, who favors dark clothing and this half mask worn to cover up some fairly gruesome burns he acquired earlier in his life. He's an easygoing fellow and a good listener. He hears a number of rumors from his well-located bar, and he can assist the party or character by trying to uncover a rumor of current events or events surrounding Waterdeep. That's current events across Farron. So this could include rumors of any social class. You might require a bit of gold to help research someone of the nobility or upper class. So somebody to keep in mind if you just want to find out what's going on in the world. Somebody you guys could go to. The second contact is an elven woman named Andraste that you met while bar crawling at the Blushing Mermaid pub in the Dock Ward, which is not far away from where you had your encounter with the drow gunslinger a few weeks ago. Andraste is a sun elf, and a particularly arrogant one at that, but while you were playing cards with her and a few others, she got drunk and confessed boldly that she has friends in the Undermountain, the underground area of the city that is home to the most vicious criminal gangs along the Sword Coast. She can assist a character by trailing someone of interest and keeping an eye on them. She's also good at blending in, or she's good at blending in. She's good with the keeping an eye on somebody. She also seems to be a contact for the black market if you want to try to buy or sell something outside the bounds of the law. She's somebody that might be able to help you guys. So those 2 contacts set up. The last point of order is that as the sun began to creep into the sky on this 26th day of the month, Chamista, You had lingered in the turret connected to your bedroom to watch the city awaken and to meditate on the strange location you had a vision of. This strange mausoleum, almost cathedral-like place beyond the gateway of Bay Al-Kursi that you, your brother, and your best friend meddled with 5 years back. In the prelude to this fiery detonation, do you still want to take a moment to explore that connection? This would be before the fireball.
Why, like, is the fireball coming? Like, would I have been out there for very long before that happens, or?
Probably. I mean, you said you went up there when you woke up, I think. Probably would have been up there for an hour and a half or so.
Yeah, I think I would have had time to meditate then. And try to revisit the place.
Sure thing. And these 2 taverns, you guys should be able to find them on the city map now as well. They're both down in the dock ward.
Yep, I was just looking at that.
All right, so Chimista, you do you have a chair up there in the turret, do you think, or?
Sorry?
Would you have a chair up there or anything? Do you think?
I guess I've not really asked. Is it an open area? Is it a?
It's not. No, there's
doorway
windows. No, it's a trap door that leads up into it. There's like a narrow ladder that leads up to it. It's windowed in, got a ceiling and stuff. It's fully a part of the building.
Yeah, if he might have a mat and some candles and stuff as a meditation area. He probably sits on the floor to do this rather than in a chair.
Sure thing. So you kind of settle in and kind of try to clear out your mind as well as you're able, and you can almost feel this connection, like in the back of your mind, once you kind of take a moment to focus on it. Almost in the same fashion as your scimitar, that there's just this kind of like area of your mind that calls out to you, that kind of you can extend your consciousness towards. It's a weird process, but one that everybody that isn't it comes naturally. I guess is what I was trying to say. As weird as it is, and in just the space of a moment, you kind of let out a breath and open your eyes to find yourself once again in that long, darkly lit, gothic hallway. Same black and gray stone, gargoyle statues and alcoves with candles and skulls set in them.
I don't think he'll skip any beats, and I think he'll start jogging off down the corridor, just trying to scope out if it's the same length at all, if it seems like it, and sees if those people who were kind of guiding him along or running with him also appear again, and etc.
Go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw. See if you're able to resist the magic of this place to keep those details. So as you begin it happens almost the exact same way as it did before. Once you begin jogging down the hallway, you find yourself almost lost in just this sprint down it. This time, looking to the side again, you kind of make out just these spectral spirits, just ghosts, just kind of twirling and chasing you almost. But you just find yourself just almost incapable of stopping. It's once you get going, the thought doesn't even really enter your mind. It's just get to the end, get to the end, get to the end. It's hard to tell if it's the same length. It's hard to exactly tell time at all. Like there's the sensation of time passing, but at the same time, almost in the blink of an eye, you come to a sudden stop as you reach the end of the hallway. And there, this end of the hallway, there's a massive throne, for lack of a better word. It's decorated much in the same way, with these gargoyle statues lining the wall, these red candles, like the wax is red, skulls are kind of set into the wall, and Seated on this throne, this magnificent obsidian throne, is a familiar face. It's a red-skinned tiefling fellow, kind of bold horns curling back. Zeta is seated on the throne.
Zeta, are you... What is this place? What happened to you?
One thing of note is you kind of find yourself stopped there and staring at what is recognizable as the face of your friend, but it is older and more weathered. More than 5 years could have gone. At this point, he's kind of just seated in this bronze armor, just kind of seated haphazardly on the throne. He looks up, or kind of focuses on you, rather. His eyes are just these golden pools. No longer their original irises and pupils. His hair is sharp white, falling down past his shoulders. And he just kind of looks up to you and just kind of grins. It's a fairly sadistic grin. I felt that somebody else was attuned to the gateway. It's taken you long enough to arrive, boy. It's his voice, but it's wrong. It's not his cadence or the way he talks. Here's a picture of him. There's these golden kind of patterns across his face as well. Not sure if they're burns of some sort or tattoos or what. It's hard to really tell in the dim light of the candles in the cathedral. This tiefling figure stands up, begins slowly walking towards you, Jamista.
Does he, look aggressive towards me?
Make an insight check.
All right, close my character sheet. Insight.
There's something predatory about it, but you're not sure if it's hostile or not. This figure does not have any weaponry on them. It's just this kind of bronze plated armor, like scale armor kind of thing, like scales of a lizard or a dragon. Yeah, he's slowly approaching still.
I think Jamisa might cautiously take some steps back as he approaches, and he'll ask, "What is this place? We attuned to a gateway? What do you mean?"
You're here, aren't you? Sure you felt it calling to you over these... How long has it been since you opened the seal? Of course. Just another ignorant little mortal. He kind of stops about 6 or 7 feet away from you, just kind of looking you up and down.
Ignorant mortal.
Cliche, I know, but accurate. Can you hear them, at least? The whispers? The past lives? He's kind of staring off, around you at this point, just kind of looking at the decoration. His eyes kind of skimming over the skulls that are either set in these small alcoves or are set into the wall themselves.
Jamisa will, at this point, draw his sword and say, "Who are you, and what did you do with Zeta? Did you take him from me that day?"
Make an intimidation check, I guess. Yeah, this figure just kind of laughs a bit. Come, he instructs. It's a commanding tone. There's no supernatural force behind it. It's still Zeta's voice, and he kind of starts to walk past you, towards the nearest alcove.
I looked at the nearest alcove. Is there anything of note there?
It's the exact same as the other ones. There's this. It's just obsidian stone. There's a small gray. What's the word? Like a short pillar that could serve as the top of which could serve as a table. A skull is situated on it, and just behind the skull, there's a lit candle, red candle, just giving off a normal light. Though the wax doesn't seem to be melting at all. There's no signs of like the progression of time from this lit candle. He kind of continues, stops up at it and looks back and gestures you forward. Come.
Why should I listen to you?
Do you not want to know the secrets of a dead god? At your fingertips. If you just reach out and take them, and at this point he's extended one of his crimson hands, and it's like running a finger across the skull, almost salaciously, intimately.
Here, let me actually make a roll for myself.
Sure.
Shimisa says, "All right, show me," and he'll follow. But I want answers.
Pick up the skull, then.
Shimisa does it.
Okay. As soon as you kind of pick up the skull, once again, the whisper kind of fills your mind, like something or someone is talking to you. Once again, to kind of reiterate the point, these past few days or couple of weeks, the whispers in your head have become much more muted, with occasionally for a few days there, the one voice seemed to be pretty dominant among the others, but ever since you were drawn into this vision last time, there haven't been any singular instances before. It's just been back into this almost comfortably muted. It's not fully muted, but more than you've grown to become accustomed to over the past 5 years. But the voice of this brutish kind of gruff voice fills your mind. Same thing, kind of talking stream of consciousness almost. Not once again, but this time kind of describing almost by like you're reading like a military journal, the progress of a march. Things like broke camp by dawn, walked 20 miles across the Vale before looking for a new place. Just kind of this stream of conscious description of what seems to be a soldier. Zeta, or whatever is wearing Zeta's form, describes, "This was Nakra Kinsley. He's been dead for 1,000 years. You can hear his voice, trapped here on the fugue plane, away from the gods of the dead. Focus on him. Really focus on him."
Shimista will, I guess, close his eyes and just really try to hone in on the voice and be that the only thing he hears. Try to block out other sounds.
Yeah, so you begin to, I guess, rather you become proficient in the athletics skill.
Okay.
And you would surmise that you would be able to revisit this place and find somebody of a new life. You you don't know how many skulls you passed, but it had to have been hundreds or thousands. They all kind of blurred together. Zed has kind of stepped back and and so a new disciple comes to the gateway. What will you do with this power? I'll be watching, he says, and kind of slowly laughs. And you do anything as he makes these comments and kind of takes a few steps away.
I think Chimista at this point is just inspecting the skull, trying to like figure out how there could possibly be an entity or a soul somehow stored in this thing. How this mechanically is possible.
Yeah. As you kind of examine it, though, the chuckle becomes more and more distant, and your vision begins to like fade to blackness. You kind of awaken back in the in the turret at Trollskull Manor. The voice still with you, whispering, just kind of indistinctly, but it's emboldening to a sense. It's not actively telling you what to do, but just its influence seems to be kind of resolving your grit and things like that as you progress through the day and the like. So think of this class feature as like this very passive bonus that's just there with you, rather than a voice actually actively talking to you. Like, oh, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't put my hand here. I'd put it over here. It's less that than, harder. We had to push ourselves harder and harder. Just kind of giving you that extra.
The psychological determination.
Right.
Okay. Cool. Awesome. I love that that way of thinking about it.
And then the fireball goes off. Suddenly, there's just this flash of orange and white kind of blinding you. Probably like knocks you off. Well, maybe not you. You're a pretty nimble person. Kind of pushes you off to the side. Just the impact. One of the windows shatters here in the turret, kind of facing the northward. The northward facing window shatters inward and screams.
Does it hit the manor?
Make a perception check.
Oh, I self-rolled.
Oh, yeah. What'd you get? You can tell me.
I rolled it at 15 plus.
Does it?
So 18.
Doesn't look. Yeah, it doesn't look like it has. But you're not. It's hard to immediately tell. Kind of in the immediate aftermath, you see the flames kind of quickly. Like there's just this sudden burst of flame, and then they kind of come back in. There is a fire. Like there are lingering fires out in the street. You don't see any on the roof at a quick look.
Okay. Yeah, Chimisa's gonna like get up really quickly and blow out all his candles and then rush downstairs to alert everyone really quick. Like, oh shit.
When you hit the second floor, Katep, who had slept in, is probably rolled out of wherever he was sleeping and in the process of grabbing his sword. He's probably in the equivalent of like, I don't know, Faerun equivalent of sweatpants and a t-shirt, is just grabbing his sword sheath. There are probably still a few too many bandages on from where Alua patched him up from the fight with the scarecrows, and he's running towards the door, but still kind of groggy, and at some point he probably like over misjudges the depth perception and like bounces off a wall and just keeps going.
Katep, you're going to want to take it easier, aren't you? Says Mora as she's pushing herself out from her room, trying to pull on her chainmail, but then just like discards it and throws it back in her room with grabs her spell, like affixes her spell book inside her coat, and is rushing down with the group. And you guys can reconvene, I guess, in the common room.
Yeah, it was the twins downstairs when the fireball went off, right?
Yeah, I think so. What are the twins doing in the immediate aftermath of this?
Orin is like on his knees looking at that cup, like stunned.
Oh yeah, y'all were at the. Were you guys? Yeah, you all were down getting breakfast. That's right, on the first floor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That cup. Oh, the last glass.
Yeah.
I don't. I feel like we were all back on the second floor, because I remember.
I thought you were making breakfast, but regardless, that's fine if we want to be
Sure.
there. That's
That
fine
doesn't
too.
matter. Whatever.
Sure.
Here, there, making breakfast. We'll just say that. Oh, things are moving.
No. Yeah.
That works.
If you guys want to rush out as a party, maybe this might be easier.
She'd probably clean herself off the floor. I think if she was sitting in the couch, she would have probably fallen off the couch dramatically and then pick herself off the floor and been like, "What the hell was that?" And then, take a look at what's outside. Okay, Allie. Okay. The game is paused, but who's going outside?
Oh. Oops. Okay. Yeah.
All right, as you guys rush outside, go ahead and make perception checks. Anybody who wants to look around, like just visually, what you first see.
Am I make a new one, or am I still going off my past one?
You can make a new one. That's fine.
Well, okay.
Yeah. Orin will be like the last one out the door as he like drags himself away from the broken glass to follow the party. What do I? Oh yeah. Go ahead.
I was gonna say Alua just kind of like pats her back and says, "Come on, we'll get you a new one."
Yeah, it's hard to make out too many details immediately. There's this heavy, like acrid, sulfurous smelling smoke that kind of immediately has you all like kind of covering your mouths or coughing against it. Though it's not this hyper dense thing or anything like that. It's already dissipating somewhat. It's been about, let's say, 15 or so seconds since the blast. By the time you guys are all rushing out, you guys see about a dozen blackened bodies just littering the intersection in the street. A few small flames are still lit. One cart is still like half engulfed in flame, and a few people, bystanders maybe, have rushed up and are trying to beat it out with like their cloaks and the like. It's not like a roaring flame. They might succeed at it. It's not a completely stupid thing, but they, it might come back to bite them in the butt as well. Several people have screamed. You see some people rushing away from the scene and some people rushing towards it.
Can you ping on the map where the explosion happened?
Yeah, it happened right outside.
You said like Thunderstaff.
Yeah, like right there, pretty much.
Yeah, okay.
This entire intersection has just kind of like charred. Some of the pavement stones have been upended and thrown about. And yeah, about a dozen bodies are strewn in the area. Can kind of hear some people shouting, "Somebody go get the guard! Somebody get the watch! Oh God, it's above, help us!"
Is there
Several people.
I think shoot, two things.
Alua, real quickly, you do notice rushing up from Trollskull Alley, Fala Lefalier, the herbalist.
Okay. She's coming up?
She's coming up, like coming towards the scene.
Right.
Her eyes wide. Or their eyes wide, rather.
Okay. So 15 seconds. Okay, that makes sense. She'll look over. She'll probably well, first off, when Alua sees, is there anyone that looks like they need help? Like immediate assistance?
I mean, there's about a dozen corpses. There's maybe about that many people rushing into the scene to try to see if anybody's still alive. You could, with your perception check, kind of looking around, make a medicine check real quick.
Medicine? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of quickly surveying the scene, you'd have to get closer, but your heart kind of immediately drops at seeing this. It's clear that whatever has happened has been just some sudden explosion. I mean, you heard it, you felt it. You'll have to be quick, maybe, but you're already your heart's kind of sinking as already you can start to see the desperation and hopelessness in the faces of some of the other people who have just beat you guys by just a few seconds. Some of the other people who are already on the street, probably. Some people, shouting for a medic or a healer, things like that. But you can move in to try to see if any of these figures are alive, but none of them are moving.
Yeah, I think on her way, she would have looked over at Fala and asked them, did you see anything? But like in passing, like in a rush, and just kind of like look to find people that might
Fala just kind of later, and is kind of fumbling with a pouch that she's kind of holding in both her hands. It's got a strap and it's not slung over her, as if she might have just like grabbed it, but she's rushing up as if to try to lend her aid, their aid.
Okay. I know what she's going to do. Alua's going to reach out and touch, well, I don't think she knows where Shamisa is, but I guess it would be Katep and just kind of communicate to him to bring her, Katep, could you bring my medicine kit stuff to help and find people to help save if she can.
Sure. And is anybody going to try to help Alua with this?
Yeah, Katep will run back, get her stuff, and he has a basic healer's kit probably up in his room where most of his gear is. He'll grab that too.
Sure.
And then
That'll take a bit of time. Orin or Chimista, are either of you going to try to help Alua move through, see if anybody is still alive and in need of help, or investigate the bodies in any other way?
I think Chimista's instinct would probably be to ask around, like, did anyone see where this came from?
Okay. And you said yes, Orin, for...
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Chimista and Orin, like, give each other, like, that real quick look to, like, what are you doing, right? And then Chimista goes to ask, and Orin goes to help Alua, like, without actually either one of them saying, like, because we're coming a good team, proper party.
Yeah.
I'll ask around.
Okay. Anybody who is doing this can make an investigation check. I'll say, Kateb, you rush up to get the healer's kit. Come down before, takes just enough time to not be in on this roll.
Yeah, that's fine.
Should I roll again?
Oh,
an investigation check this time.
Oh, investigation? Okay.
Yeah, as you kind of begin to look around the bodies, trying to figure out their state and such.
All right, dice. Do me good. Do me proud.
Let's be honest, they probably won't.
Shut up.
Not bad, strictly speaking.
Does she get advantage for?
Yeah, if
help?
you're helping her, you can have advantage.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nice.
Is that the same?
Oh, darn it! Yeah, we tried.
For you, Lou, there's not in the end probably not a whole lot to see. This was a sizable blast, a fairly impactful one. In fact, I'm gonna have more make a quick chat roll since she is the wizard.
Does she have any spells like for making water or something help put the fire out?
I don't believe so. Let me check her real quick. No, she doesn't. Unless I don't think prestidigitation can do that. She kind of she's nearby. She kind of keeps. I'll say she goes off with Chimista just a little bit. She's not asking questions, not helping. But she's sulfur in the air, size of the blast. Probably a fireball. In fact, I'd bet anything it was a fireball. And you guys might overhear this as well. She's not necessarily trying to keep it secret, I wouldn't think Laura would. So there are 11 corpses and they are all blackened and burned, probably died instantly. Alua. Just to list through them real quick. There's one elderly female woman.
Wait.
There's 2 darkly cloaked male humans.
Wait, hold on. One elderly woman. Elderly?
Elderly female human.
Oh, human.
2 cloaked male humans with burnt leather armor and sheathed longswords. 2 female humans and 1 male half-elf that seem to have been in somewhat plain clothes.
So 2 male humans and a half-elf?
That's right. 2 female humans and 1 male half-elf. There's 1 male gnome with a badly burnt cloak with a dagger clutched in his dead hands.
Male gnome with a dagger clenched in his hands. Okay.
And 2 female halflings. 2 female halflings and 2 male halflings. Kind of in the same strewn nearby to that cart that the onlookers are just now managing to put out.
Okay, you said 2 female halflings?
Yes, 2 female halflings and 2 male halflings.
Okay, and they're just wearing normal clothes.
Yes, somewhat plain. It's hard to tell with your roll. Can't make out too many details, but they're burnt up fairly badly if their clothing is.
Right.
You could look at any of these individually and try to gain more details. Around you guys, there's still people there's some people intermittently shouting, give them some space. See if they can help anybody, and other people shouting, don't touch anything. The guard will be here anytime. Don't disturb the scene. Conflicting instructions from people, but they're just onlookers.
She's going to quickly just roll. She's going to do a calm emotions on a 20-foot radius sphere centered in the point of where the explosion happened.
Okay. Casting magic that can mess with people's minds can be a crime in Waterdeep if somebody objects to it. Even beneficial things that you might see as beneficial.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. Sticklers, these people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Are there any bodies you do want to investigate right now?
Well, there's the male gnome with a dagger clenched in his hands. I think she would definitely be very curious about that. So I think she'll go investigate that, and then wait. Okay, actually, where compared to the radius are each of the bodies?
Honestly, they're not here. They're not listed here.
Okay.
They're just kind of strewn about. I'll say that there's no meaningful things to be gained from that.
Okay, 2 cloaked male humans with leather armor and sheathed swords. So,
Correct.
Okay, she'll go and inspect the male gnome, and she'll turn to Oren and just point out to the 2 cloaked males with the leather armor and sheathed swords and says, "Are those gods? I'm going to check this gnome. He has a dagger, so maybe there was an assault. I'm not sure."
Okay, you can.
Yeah. All right.
Right, perception checks from both of y'all. If Oren's looking over the 2 armored people,
Lastly,
and then
real quick, the 2 female halflings and the 2 male halflings. Did you say they were in front of a cart?
yeah, they were around that cart that was on fire. Make a quick.
Can I use investigation?
I'll say either of those. Investigation, if you're getting a bit more hands-on, kind of like the book says perception, which is why I went with that. But I'd allow investigation. It's fine. It's pattern recognition and the like here too.
Okay.
We'll just say you're a bit more hands-on, a bit less discreet here.
Don't fail, Alua.
I'm not surprised at this point. I'm really look at Oren.
Oh, 1 second. I need to plug in my headset real quick.
Never cease to amaze myself at my terrible rolls.
Right. So, Oren, One of the dead male humans has a black winged snake tattooed on his right forearm, up underneath his tunic. Like he was wearing long sleeves. You kind of push back, roughly.
That's the Zentarum symbol?
That is the symbol of the Black Network, the Zentarum, yes.
That's the one we're like against if we're helping Davil, right?
Well, Davil is part of the Zentarum as well.
Yeah, but you said there was like a
That's what Davil's told you, yes.
Okay.
So you kind of quickly notify that. Otherwise, the armor and weapons are unremarkable. You probably, like, with investigation, kind of pull out the sword, kind of give it a look over, kind of toss it to the side before you rejoin. I'm going to say that since it was just 2 rolls, this is kind of meant to be a collective on both. You identified both of the interesting things. As you come back, or you kind of see Alua panicking a little bit. Just, a little bit of hyperventilating going on that she probably doesn't recognize. And she kind of is like trying to turn the gnome over, and like a bit of the blackened flesh kind of slips.
I think
grossly.
it's more so she's like not sure where to touch first. She's like, oh my goodness.
Gotcha.
It's more of like that, like she's not panicking like, okay, yeah, burns, but like, I don't know what to touch. Like, how do I move it?
So the gnome, the hand is kind of like a death grip around this dagger. You wouldn't necessarily want to mess with it. When Oren comes over, I imagine Oren's kind of like, "Oh, come on, sis," or something. Like, do you want to? This role can be for her as well. That's what I'm saying.
Cool. Yeah. He's a little more solemn in the moment, but he is less. When he doesn't stand on ceremony. Yeah, when he sees her struggling, he kind of steps in to do it for her.
Things to note: his one hand was holding a dagger, the other was kind of inside his cloak, holding half closed a pouch that's kind of fallen open. Inside that pouch, there's 5 small diamonds. And on his boots, weirdly enough, like you catch the whiff of dry waste. Kind of burnt a little bit, but like sewage on his boots.
I think real quick, he mentally built in Alua all of that. Like he tells her Zentarum. He's like, ooh, diamonds, right? He's like, do you smell that? That smells familiar, kind of thing, but all mentally so that nobody around really sees the exchange.
Okay. And probably further, like there you see that money, but if you did want to try to get it without people seeing, you could try, but doing so would probably be a crime.
Alua would tell him not to take him, like just.
Yeah, interfere. Like what you're doing, you could pass off as trying to help people reasonably enough, but any more further, you've confirmed that these people are dead. If you want to stay on the good side of the city watch, you probably will want to back away from the bodies, especially with so many onlookers.
Just a quick aside. When Katep gets back and drops off like the medical stuff, if there are any fires going, if there's nothing else that a party member needs help with, he'd probably just try to help put the fires out. But
they go out fairly quickly with the onlookers who are rushing in. Probably before you get there, somebody's already bringing a bucket. Maybe that. In fact, we'll say.
Hey, Chamista, how's your slide
up? Avi from the Steam and Steel is rushing forward, conjuring water with a gesture of his hand, kind of pushing it forward. This is the water genasi from the smith, the Steam and Steel nearby. He's kind of rushed up. It's like, oh goodness, what's been happening? Goodness, and making a fuss over it. Though he arrives, a solid 20 seconds after the group has arrived. But he's helping take care of the fires. Chamista, you begin to question people. I might give some of these to Katep just so that he has something to do, because there's several that we can talk through.
I think Katep was assisting you with this.
Yeah, eventually. I know Moore is here, but I don't want to play Moore too much.
Maybe I see Katep, he hands it off to Alua, and I'm like, Katep, here, come help me ask some people. Ask me some questions. Ask questions with me, jeez. English guard.
So the first woman who kind of steps forward as you begin to call out, "Oh, has anybody seen anything?" This woman in fairly fine clothing, like upper class noble attire, fine silks, jewelry, and the like, pushes forward or kind of steps around from the other side, like the west side of Saerdoun Street, and it's kind of, "I saw it. Master Tiefling, I saw it, and I tell you, it was not a man, more like a puppet shaped like a man, a puppet without strings. It was on the rooftop over there," kind of points off to a roof. It hurled something into the crowd before that, below, that caused the explosion. I saw those halflings burned alive. I saw that. She kind of starts crying suddenly. Kind of like
Relax.
goes to cling to your forearm.
I'll just awkwardly kind of pat her on the shoulder. Can you tell me how big they were roughly? Anything about them?
Like a person sized, but weird, with weird limbs and she's kind of panicking a little bit more.
I look around. Do I see a guard nearby or anyone who looks like could help someone in hysteria?
We'll say you could hand her off to Mora. I lass, come here. What's your name? Come on.
Yep, I kind of talk her down and calm her down and breathe. Okay, it's gonna be okay. Guards are on their way.
Yeah.
Thank you for your help. And then I guess I'll move on.
Kind of begin asking around a few other people. With that role, you're kind of being very deliberate with it. There's a note one thing when there is things you want to talk to people individually. Kind of start singling out people like you. Did you see anything? What about you? Kind of being very particular. And you get to Fala, in fact. Fala Lefalier, the elven woman, or the elven herbalist. Again, I keep referencing woman just because it's a feminine sounding name, but they are non-binary. She kind of, or they kind of step to the side to get to speak with you, moving away from their futile assistance with ointments or the like. Yes, you're one of the fine folk who moved into Darwin's old house. I did see something. I was watering plants in the greenhouse when the blast blew out some of the windows. I wasn't injured, but through the smoke, I did see a cloaked man take something from the body of the gnome, the dead gnome over there. Then he started limping away. He was badly burned, kept looking over his shoulder, like he was afraid someone might be following him, but he was just headed, down that way towards the bent nail, but I thought it more prudent to try to help them than rush off chasing someone who might have just been dazed. Oh, I hope he's okay.
That's bizarre. Did he look roughly human sized? Did he look larger, smaller?
Yeah, he looked like he was wearing a cloak, so I don't know any details, but yeah, he looked like a human, maybe.
Oh, hood up?
I think so. She kind of puts a hand to the back of her head. I do need to sit down a little bit. I've breathed in a lot of smoke.
Of course. Take your time. Anything you can tell is helpful.
That's all I can think of. I think it was the gnome. I'm pretty sure, yeah, that he took something from.
Well, thank you, and
continue questioning some other people. Those are the only two people who have reputable information of note. One guy's already kind of loudly, declaring that he saw a dragon, and somebody's like, "Yeah, shut up, John. You didn't see anything." "No, I swear. Shut up." The guards are going to be here any minute. And kind of at about this moment, the cries of, step away from the situation. Everybody stand clear. The guard's arriving. And members of the city guard, not the city watch, but the city guard, begin to arrive. First, a half dozen, about 30 or 40 guardsmen begin to rush into this square. The soldier in charge, the captain in charge, is pointing off at these four entrances and is posting guards, kind of pushing people, instructing people rather than pushing them to stand clear of the blast area. Which might include the two twins to step back as well, but. Do you guys have any Katab? I know there's going to be somebody for you here in just a minute.
No worries.
I forgot about you, but there's a moment where the party members might be able to reconvene.
Real quick, so checking those two bodies, or three bodies, that would have taken up the time until the guards would have come? So...
Just about. It only took a few minutes for them to arrive, and
sure.
I would say that going with the investigation check was a bit more thorough than just eyes only.
Okay. No, I was just going to take a look at the cart since that was on fire. So that was.
I'll say you could take a quick look over it.
Because that's
can
what
make
the
either.
gnomes were, right? Oh no,
that
sorry,
was the half.
The two.
The gnome was just kind of strewn in the street.
Okay.
All the halflings were kind of close by to this cart.
Yeah.
Quickly, in fact, just make a quick intelligence check, actually.
While Alu is doing that, I think Orin will step over to fill in Chamista and Katep as they're swinging back towards the twins.
Yeah.
I think Chamista will just here's what I found out. What did you guys find out?
Alua, you've seen carts somewhat like this all about the city at various times. Quickly looking kind of around the base of the cart, you see a metal flute and what looks like it might have once been a fiddle or some sort of small instrument. These might have been street performers, kind of trying to rebuild what they might have been wearing. Checks out, yeah. Especially seeing the flute there.
Okay, then she'll give way.
So we have at least two members of the Xanathar, a fireball, someone who seems like they were in the sewers, and some sort of puppet man.
Yeah. In the sewers with diamonds.
What the hell's going on around here?
What fuck if I know?
What are you guys doing? Is the guard of note? The guard members that arrive don't mess with the bodies. They just post up at each of these exits of this square and are not allowing anybody else through. At one point, some people kind of look and point up, and looking up into the sky, you see a griffin flying, 100 or so feet up in the air, maybe more like 150 feet up in the air. A rider on top, kind of peering over, just watching the crowd.
Yeah, I think we're just kind of like bystanders now. We're standing off to the side, just watching what the guards are doing, chatting amongst ourselves.
One point, Katep, you suddenly feel a small tug at your shirt, and looking over, see a young boy, kind of soot smeared across his face, his brown hair very disheveled, just kind of looking up at you.
You okay there? You're not injured, are you?
My friend's gonna be okay though. He kind of looks over to the square and then looks back away real quickly.
Fuck. I don't say that in character. Well, I'm not sure, buddy, but I know that the City Watch is going to be here, and they're going to do everything they can, and my friends and I, we're going to do what we can as well. Make sure that everyone's taken care of.
This boy sniffles a bit. I found this, and lifts up his other hand to you, and opens his palm, and in his hand you see a necklace, a incredibly fine necklace, with silver and gold thread kind of wove like a chain that's very, very thin, just intricately detailed, and on it there's these 7 small little pins of sorts, kind of like I guess a spot to hold something, probably gemstones, as 2 of these 7 locations has a bright red ruby on it.
Whoa. Where did you find this? Could you show me?
Right after the explosion, I ran behind the rain barrel, and points to this barrel that's now within the perimeter of the guards. I heard something go ploop, and I looked in and I found it.
Sounds like someone was trying to get rid of something and store it for later and come back for it. That's my.
Are you proficient in Arcana, Chimista?
I don't believe I am. Let me double check.
I know I'm definitely not.
I have more. I make a roll if nobody else is.
I have a +2 int, but I'm not proficient.
Are we?
When I roll for more,
Are we all
this
together
would be. Yeah, y'all could be kind of a group. This Cadet might have just taken a step to the side and is quickly. This has only been a few seconds long conversation.
I see. I think
with everybody else, you could have picked up now at this point. Yeah.
True. I was thinking because Lamora would be probably proficient in Arcana. So
yeah. Oh, I just rolled it privately. I forgot. Yeah. Whenever I play as her, apparently I roll great. She rolled an 18. It's kind of like, hey. Let me see that, boy. Okay? He kind of goes, no. He's kind of clutches it to himself slightly.
It's okay, buddy. She's real smart. She might be able to figure out what that is or where it came from.
Make a persuasion check.
I think Alua's also going to... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was making a joke. I said smack him.
Wow.
I think Alua would have also crouched down and kind of look at the boy. He's not hurt, and just who was his friend and what were their names, and trying to get more calming down and stuff.
Katep rolled fine. I'll say that for you, he introduces himself as Martem Trek, Martem space Trec. He's 12. Is very proud of it.
Big man.
He seemed to be friends with the halflings who were performing on the street. He was off to the side, kind of underneath the shade of the nearby building. He does have parents. They're servants for a family elsewhere in the ward. They could be.
Okay. She'll.
He seems to be mostly worried about the halflings. You try to explain what's going on, or you try to be kind?
Yeah, well, I think it's kind of a combination of both. What was it? Martem. Well, Martem, this place, something had gone down, and something's gone terribly wrong, and it's not safe here. You should probably go home. But
they're dead, aren't they?
I think so. Whoever did this, we're going to find them, though. And maybe that necklace will help us get to whoever did this terrible, terrible thing.
Dad says guys aren't supposed to cry.
You can cry. That's a terrible thing to say to a child. Okay, don't be time.
He kind of will say, for the purposes of your character, he kind of buries his face, up against your side and
She
starts
does not have
sobbing.
any money on her. Just letting you know that right now.
He's a devastated
I
child.
know. I'm just saying.
Jesus.
I'm just saying. She would totally like wrap her arms around him and like pick him up, give him hugs. Like, no 12-year-old's not that heavy.
Yeah. He does give this necklace off to you, Katao, and Mora kind of goes to snatch it from you at that point.
I mean, he's not going to fight her for it. He figures she knows more about this than he does.
Like I said, fireball. This here's a necklace of fireballs. Bet you anything. Which is apparently something Mora says now. That's the second time I've said it. Yes, necklace of fireballs. You pull one of these rubies off, you throw it, makes a big fucking explosion. She doesn't curse. Makes a big explosion. Yeah. We definitely need to give this to somebody. It's evidence. I don't want to keep it.
I mean, and this is the player double checking. It's the city watch that handles all the investigation, and the guard is just sort of there to keep order.
Correct. If at this point you guys are just bystanders, if there's anything you guys want to do, you know that the watch will be arriving soon. The guards kind of, you hear some of the guards mentioning it to people who inquire. It's like, we're not doing anything till the watch arrives and can investigate what happened. But nobody should leave who has information. If you're fleeing, you might be in trouble.
It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Are we leaving?
No. Oh, I guess they're outside of our house. We could just probably hang out on the porch, right?
Oh yeah, you can hang out the steps that are off to the side, maybe, or just underneath, like in your. You can't quite see. Well, you can see what's going on from your front porch too. Yeah.
So, question: with Alua having read so many old stories of, the what's it called? The suspect always returns back to the scene of the crime to see their handiwork done. Is there anybody around that looks suspicious?
Make a perception check.
Come on.
I mean, looking around, there's a lot of people you don't recognize, that's for sure. But kind of looking over their faces, and you're pretty good at reading people. Most people look shocked at what's going on. Some hands, you see the common like hand covering somebody's mouth, and just like, oh my god, like. It's like they've either discover what happened as more people are showing up now. There's a fairly sizable crowd filling the streets. Probably maybe close to 100 people all totaled in all the directions. Nobody really catches your eyes on the sly or anything like that. There's some people who are more stoic than others, but that's just one reaction to tragedy. Nobody immediately makes you think that person. They're up to fucking no good. So. And it takes about 20 minutes till the watch arrives.
Holy crap. No, just kidding. Do we know,
Sounds about right.
Do we know any of them?
You do, in fact. So, at the front of a group of about 20 constables is Sergeant Saith Cromley, walking next to a much shorter man in these light purple robes with a cane. He doesn't look elderly, but he's walking with a cane all the same, or a staff maybe. I guess it would be better to call it a staff of some sort. These two people approach the perimeter of the city guard, who parts for them, calling out, "Sergeant on the scene!" And the fellow next to the sergeant begins to move in and starts like examining these bodies, kneeling down next to them, gently picking them up, like picking an arm up, examining them and the sort, while the constables begin to move through the crowd. The Sergeant Cromley calls out, "All right, everyone, we can make this a lot easier on it if you can come forward with information. Looks like something terrible happened here, and we want to find out who did this, why, and we'll bring him to justice."
I mean, Katep will kind of glance towards the party, and then if everyone else is down, he'll kind of walk forward and try to fill in the sergeant on what we figured out, at least.
Same.
Sure, what do you guys want to tell him exactly? As you guys approach, he goes, "Oh, hello, you all. I guess I expected to see you here. Did y'all see anything?"
Directly, no, but we tried helping out where we could right after this happened. Chamista here was asking around and did find a few people who saw something. And then, like, I don't know, do we want to just tell them everything and hand the necklace over, or
How many rupees are in the necklace?
People, right?
Sorry, that was a lot of voices at once. What was that?
Actually,
How many rubies are in the necklace?
2. Looks like 2 of 7 spots.
Oh yeah, okay.
Okay.
If that was opposite, it might be worth keeping, but
All right, so you guys kind of share all the details. Anything you guys want to say a certain way, or
so as a player, I can't think of a reason not to.
yeah. I mean, we're pretty friendly with these guys. We have no reason really to hide any information.
share the information about the Zentarum and the diamonds with the gnome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think we're on pretty good terms with them, so we know no reason to not tell them everything.
Yeah, he kind of as you guys begin to explain some of the more of the details. Sergeant Cromley holds up a hand. He's like, "Oh, actually, hold up. If you've found out some of this stuff already, hey Barnabas, you want to come on over this way?" Let me get these icons or these character tokens on here too.
Oh, my mic is on.
Oh, isn't that the guy we met at the tavern?
No, he came to your house.
Oh,
Came to your house.
yeah, no, you're right. I was mixing him up with someone else.
Here's Barnabas. As this fellow kind of straightens up and moves over, kind of easily apparent that the quarterstaff is just kind of more a style choice or a fashion choice, maybe a arcane choice. He doesn't need it to walk with. He still uses it. It's just a bit of an aid. Cromley, Saith Cromley introduces him. "This is Barnabas Blastwind of the Watchful Order of Magists and Protectors. He helps us out with a lot of these investigations, and when we caught wind of what happened, it sounded like magic might have been involved. Barnabas, well, tell Barnabas what you all were telling me." You guys proceed to explain thoroughly the events. Barnabas kind of gives a slow nod. "Yes, you guys don't know any of these individuals, do you? No connections in any fashion that you can think of?"
I didn't recognize any of them myself, no.
Mm-mm.
All right. Well, we'll handle it from here, I suppose. Thank you, and thank you for this. Barnabas kind of holds up the necklace. Good to get this off the streets for sure. Terribly dangerous artifacts like this. Yeah, we'll continue the investigation, and I believe you. I think you guys are free to go about your day.
Right, well. I don't have anything witty to say, actually, so I'm just going to make my exit.
If there's anything you guys need, extra information that you're willing to put some to tasks to, let us know. You know where to find us.
Yeah. That would introduce too many new variables into an already, frankly, complicated and confounding equation, Barnabas says. Sergeant Cromley kind of reiterates, "Just trust in the watch, Master Tiefling. We'll get to the bottom of this."
And, like, throws his hands up and just offer him. And he'll take sleep.
No trouble.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
All right, as you guys kind of withdraw from yourselves from the scene, what would you guys like to do?
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
What do we
Don't
want
be
to do?
suspicious.
Actually, I guess it is worth noting. I'll have anybody except Mora can make intelligence checks for me real quick. Since she did not grow up in Waterdeep, she doesn't get to make this check.
All right, everybody but Mora. Okay.
Correct.
I apologize for people on the stream. A "don't be suspicious" thing popped up. I'm sorry.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be
Yeah.
suspicious.
I don't think it's like.
Don't be suspicious.
I don't think it's like trademarked or anything, right? It's just
No, it's not.
Okay, good. Oh my god. It was
So
appropriate.
yeah,
Yeah, no,
The
all
only
of you
reason-
guys. Wow. Oh wait,
Except for the probably
Chamista. There
bad.
it was. Oh
Yeah, of course.
Wait.
Freaking of course.
Oh, and Chamista still hasn't made one. Okay.
No, this is totally normal for me.
So, it really is.
you just handled several burnt bodies.
And
you did.
comfort a traumatized kid.
Yeah.
Oh, make a
Little
intelligence
distracted.
check.
Oh,
Corby.
sorry.
There's
missed
snot over her shirt. She's like, ooh.
Gross.
There you go.
High
that. That's
five!
it. Oh,
Say it's you who kind of
Lou
makes
and
this
I
connection.
walk into each other and be like,
Yeah.
oh,
You make this connection that the description from that noblewoman, or nobly dressed woman, I guess better description, bears a striking similarity to what you remember in a parade that sometimes went down some of the main roads on the Day of Wonder. It almost sounds like an automaton of sort that you kind of gawked at one year. Lanky, puppet-like features. Yeah, on the Day of Wonders festival.
Day of Wonders is today.
It's during the fall season.
Well, that's.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if it has any connection, but the way that woman described what she saw, the kind of puppet-like creature made of metal, kind of reminds me of something I saw at the parade in the Day of Wonders years ago when I was a kid. Some sort of automaton that was in it.
Yeah, and you're proficient. I think you're the only one proficient in religion.
I am proficient in religion.
You can make a religion roll as well.
Oh, these always go well.
Oh, the wise and venerable Slender Man.
There you go. You know that the Day of Wonders is associated with the god Gond, the god of inventions.
Weren't we just at one of his temples?
His temple is the House of Inspired Hands. And yes, you guys were there not too long ago, a couple of weeks ago, I think.
Right, when we were asking about the gun.
Correct.
These shady temples.
I mean, do you all think it might be worth heading to the temple and just having a talk? It might be that someone tried imitating one of their creations, or something was stolen, something malfunctioned. I mean, could also be nothing, of course, but
I think we should.
We could go by the Blackstaff's tower too. We have those gemstones. Probably not connected, but those emeralds that we recovered from the scarecrows.
Mm-hmm.
Inform her of what happened last night. And maybe tell her about this too.
We do definitely need to let people know that there were the scarecrows at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all right, but I think we should be talking to Devil too. Two of them blokes was entering, right?
Sure, figuring out if they were the faction that worked with Davil or against him might help at least a little bit.
Right. So, 3 targets. Which one we have first?
Oh, if we don't mind splitting up a little, we could go to Davil and also ask him to look out for a clothed man who is possibly badly burnt. And because that's what was Fala. That's what they had said, right? We should take a look, find someone that possibly matches that description.
All right. So then,
So
what are we doing?
we could split up. A couple of us go see if we can get in contact with Davil. A few of us go to Blackstaff Tower. See,
Here, I'll go talk to the Blackstaff. How about that?
you know that makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Ma.
Yes, because I'm afraid that if I go there, I'll pop back into that room with that.
Be looking at all the books once again.
Yes. Okay.
Well, you go talk to your friend.
What's the for?
You know.
No,
We've all seen how you look at him.
Yeah.
Or you want to go keep an eye on your sister?
Yeah. Let me just go get my hammer.
Right, I should probably get my armor before we head out anywhere, but I guess Chamista and I could go ask at the temple? Or do we want to just all meet up at the Temple of Gond and go there together?
Probably meet up to go to the temple together. It sounds like possibly a very important conversation that we should all be a part of.
Right.
Well, I mean, yeah. They're all pretty important. Because then we could just go there first, get some information so we have more to go to the other two with.
That makes sense. Where is that temple, by the way? We're looking at all of them a little.
The House of Inspired Hands is on the western edge of the Sea Ward.
Oh, it is sea.
Blackstaff Tower is the middle spot near the Lady Dreaming, west of the market.
There it is. Yeah.
And the Yawning Portal is close to the dock ward.
Yeah, here. Oh, no, here. Okay, so then hit up the temple, then the Lady of Dreams, and then to the Yawning Portal. Oh, do we have to go? Actually, maybe we should just write a letter and have someone run a letter down to Davil instead. Because he might not be there himself. It might be like a representative.
That's true, we could send a messenger.
Okay, I think that makes
Because I always forget we can do that in this city.
Yeah. I think Alula's going to do that. Be like, Davil might not be there, and he might be a representative, so it might be easier to send a word ahead. That way he can meet us there later. She'll do that.
Okay. We'll just say that the small silver cost of that is included in lifestyle expenses, so no concern with it. Is to deliver a letter to the Yawning Portal. Do you say just to Davil? Do you say to somebody at a certain table? Do you say
so she'll
to
be very specific to when whoever it is, I'm assuming it's whatever young lad or lass, to take this letter, deliver it to the person sitting at this the specific table, ask them to give that to Davil ASAP.
They also had some sort of group name, didn't they? The Doom Raiders or something?
Yeah.
Tomb Raiders? No.
It was the Doom Raiders. Doom is the lair of a lich.
Yeah. Yeah, she'll be very specific on yeah, and if no one is at the table, give it to the bartender.
And we'll still send, if we want to, we'll send Mora off to talk to the Black Staff.
Mm-hmm.
And the four of you guys can go to the House of Wonder.
Mm-hmm.
Or the House of Inspired Hands, rather.
Well, the last time we were at the Blackstaff, I got something dope.
Just want to go as a group. Maybe House of Inspired Hands, then swing back down to the Blackstaff Tower?
Yeah.
Or vice versa? No, you were saying you wanted the temple first to see if you learned anything.
Yeah, and then bring more information down.
Sure. Yeah, so you guys take the time to armor up. Make sure you have your normal beaten weaponry around. Maybe clean off some of the soot from your hands. Just handling burnt objects and the like and people. Head up to the Sea Ward. Just a few minutes walk down to Delzorin Street.
Real quick, I know it's small, but Alua will go to Sergeant Seth Cromley. Let them know that we are going first to the House of Inspired Hands, and then to Blackstaff Tower.
You begin to explain, like, oh, just so you know, we're going. He kind of holds up a hand. It's like, frankly, miss, I really couldn't give a damn.
Okay, perfect.
Thank
then,
you.
As long as you know we're not trying to run away or something like that. I don't know what you guys think.
I believe you were. Barnabas already said you could go about. It's fine, miss. Thank you for your eager diligence.
Just making sure. Okay.
So you guys head to the House of Inspired Hands. You've been to once already. Kind of focused, trying to get about this quickly. You approach the fairly sizable little place, the fairly sizable temple. But as you approach, easy enough to see somebody, a strange new addition to the temple. Up on the rooftop, you see the silhouette of a human, kind of a bit difficult to make out. You're, maybe 100-ish, 120-ish feet away from the temple grounds themselves whenever you kind of notice this happen. This humanoid shape kind of straightens up. They're clearly cloaked. Difficult to make out anything else at this distance, but they extend their hand kind of up, like presenting something. Curious thing kind of instinctively draws your eye to this small bird-like thing that suddenly takes off. It glints metallic in the sunlight, like a silvery metal. As this little bird, silvery bird, begins to up into the air. And the figure kind of straightens up and watches it fly up.
Does it look like a regular bird, or is it like metal?
Make a perception check. It glints silver.
Perception. Let's see.
Katep, were you going to ask something?
I'm going to get this.
Oh, he was just going to make a comment like, well, that doesn't seem normal.
Yeah, it definitely looks distinctly silvery. It shines in a way that no feather could. As it kind of flaps up, kind of makes a slow loop in the sky, and then begins to dive straight towards you guys.
Like, what does the man look like?
This distance, he's wearing a heavy cloak, an unseasonably heavy cloak with a heavy cowl from it over top it. You see kind of like thin-bodied figure is all you can make out. But your eyes kind of draw back to this bird as it is diving literally straight at you guys.
How far is he away from us?
And I need all of you all to roll initiative.
Damn it.
We're being attacked by
As this
Birdemic.
creature is diving straight at you.
Cool.
Quick, magic missile.
I was gonna
Let me
say
start.
I have to wait for the
Yeah, it is beelining quickly, like just diving straight at the group.
Did initiative start?
I should be able to roll it now.
Awesome. Of course.
All right, Jamisa, this thing is just diving out of the sky towards the group. What are you doing?
How far is he away from us?
I said it was about 120-ish feet away from the temple grounds, and then the temple itself is 40 to 50 feet high. Over 160 feet. That's, quite some distance, though. This is up on the rooftop, kind of away from the edge a little bit. Back on the sloped roof of this temple.
Do I... Do I get, like... This is a weird question. Do I get, like, a bad vibe here? Can I expect that this might be a dangerous thing we need to scatter? Is there any way I can, like, make a vibe check here?
Your scimitar is vibrating softly, and it's scabbard. Pulsing with warning.
I guess Chamisa would scream, I think we need to scatter, and Chamisa's gonna basically dash towards the figure at a attempt to close the distance, although it's still quite
Again, it is up on like a 30 to 40 foot tall rooftop that is inside like the gates of the temple. Like it's the temple building itself that this figure is on.
Yeah, Chamisa's he's gonna do his best to, Assassin's Creed his way up if he can.
Sure, it'll be pretty difficult, but you can try once you kind of get
the
there.
city is home.
Say that you can kind of get up to the gates of the city, kind of pushing past a few onlookers who are just going about their day, kind of like, what the hell? As you kind of rush by.
I guess I didn't realize there was other people around us.
Yeah, it's just a normal street.
Yeah, he might
here and there a few people, not like heavily crowded, but people.
He might, in which case, maybe he won't go quite as far. He'll take his time to like warn, like, move out of the way, get back. Just warn people to maybe get out of a potential blast area.
Just out of fun, make a persuasion check.
That's fair. Oh my god!
Yeah. You kind of like you're trying to shove some people aside, but you're used to people who are maybe a bit more sensible about threats. These people are well dressed. The North Ward, or the Sea Ward rather, is the richest district of the city, filled with noble villas, aristocrats, and the like. And you're finding yourself having to duck and dodge around them rather than them get out of the way at all. And your progress is severely impeded. You kind of look up as you're kind of making this scene. One figure, a guy with a sword, kind of steps up and she's like, "Hey, what's the big idea?" Kind of shielding a well-dressed human fellow, maybe a nobleman of some sort, kind of just impeding your way, like holding up, like trying to stop you. Kind of looking past him, you see this figure that's up on the rooftop duck down and scuttle into a window that's up on like this highest floor of the temple. Like a small, it's like a tower of sorts on this temple, one of many small towers on this temple, just kind of scuttles inside the open window. But that's your turn?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
All right, Orin, what are you doing?
So this thing you said is diving right towards us. Okay, can I?
Yeah, small little sparrow-sized silver bird.
Yeah. Okay, can I use my telekinetic movement to whip his cloak around and throw it at the bird to like catch it in his cloak?
Sure, it's about 60 feet away right at the moment. So if there's a range on that, you could hold this action to where once it's in range.
Yeah, I'll hold the action.
Okay. What is the range on that? Like, is there one?
Let me look one real quick.
Sure thing. I think more is just like
Up to 30 feet. Oh no.
Okay.
No. As an action target. Oh yeah, and it is within 30 feet of me.
Okay, yeah. Moral just kind of like, what the hell's going on exactly? Why is that thing? What the? And she kind of begins the process of casting a familiar cantrip, but seems uncertain as it dives forward. Alua, go ahead and roll a d10 for me. Okay, so maybe a good thing that Chamista got heavily hampered by this guard. As we'll say he got about 20 feet down the road before this guard kind of confronted you, Chamista, and you would have had to, like, in essence, spend your turn trying to navigate around him with a natural 1 roll, I'd say. He just is really being a pain in the ass. So this the silvery bird is just diving straight kind of towards Chamista, but Orin, you'd be able to try to spring this action. We'll say it'll be is there a check associated with it? Otherwise, I'll just make it be a dexterity check, I guess, to fling it forward. Maybe a dexterity. Well, either a dexterity or an intelligence check. If there's not one associated with this roll to begin with. Orin?
Oh, I was muted. Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, no, it's just movement, so there's not usually a roll associated. So I'll just use intelligence.
So you're in essence trying to catch it though in the cloak.
Yeah.
We'll say it'll be an intelligence check for you and a dexterity save for it, I guess.
Okay. Okay.
I think it's intelligence since it's like accurately projecting this psychic force.
I was kind of thinking more of like an attack roll. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I would still think it would still be a d20 plus intelligence for this. Yeah, let's see. Oh, yeah. It is diving in a straight, predictable pattern, and you're able to just time this psychically augmented cloak net, in essence, and hurl it forwards, and it does successfully kind of wrap it up, and kind of you hear it kind of clunk to the ground. Just kind of skids a little bit with the cloak on the paved street.
Ooh.
And that's its turn. Katep, you're up.
I think you have to end Mora's turn.
Yeah, you're right.
So a somewhat confused-looking Katep sees this bird dive-bombing Chamista. A cloak flies out at it, seemingly by itself, and now this bird is wrapped up on a cloak on the ground.
I think Orin still makes like the throwing motions, but augments it with his psychic abilities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He like
it definitely goes weirdly. Like it's like when people like those people who are really good at like throwing cards.
Gotcha.
Kind of like that vibe.
So as Katep is walking forward, he'll just kind of glance towards Orin. He's like, "Are we trying to keep this, or are we just, breaking it?"
Orin kind of gives him a shrug. Then we don't even know what it is. What if
I
it
guess.
explodes?
Oh yeah. I guess Katep is going to try to get the cloak with the bird wrapped up in it and start moving away from like the onlookers. So if this thing does happen to like explode or do something, civilians aren't caught in the blast.
Sure, just for fun, make a dexterity check to see if you're able to. Just for fun, make a dexterity check.
Oh, I'm good at these.
Yeah, really just to see if it's a 1. Yeah, able to kind of quickly scoop up the cloak and pull it away a few steps from anybody nearby. No movement in the cloak. kind of feel something is probably in there, but nothing struggling or anything like that.
Right.
Weird.
We're totally overreacting to a messenger.
Okay, Alua, you're up.
Being Alua being last per yep. I think what she possibly come down to after having an explosion outside her house and stuff, and this weird looking person, and then connecting some theoretical dots. I think she's gonna take her bonus action, and how far is it to the entrance?
Quite some ways, though. I mean, like 120-ish feet or so. I mean, it's well down the road.
She's just gonna she's going to run towards the temple, taking all her movement, and on her way, just reach out to, I think with her mental abilities, just to Aura and be like, with all the diversions that we have ever done in our life, this looks like one, and that would be her turn.
You race off down the street, kind of having to pick your way through the crowd a little bit, through the people that are just kind of turning and looking very confused towards the group at this point.
She would on like mathematics. Find the fastest path.
Yeah. You're not trying to shout people out of your way, so you don't have to make a roll or anything like that, or warn people anyway. Yeah. Jamisa, you've been kind of just like staring, like, you know, as you kind of try to dip left just a little bit. His guard kind of is like, no, explain yourself. What's the meaning of this? You nearly gave my master a heart attack, and I know what that is because we have advanced science and medicine here.
Cardiac arrest.
But it's your turn. You could probably dart by him at this point, you know, sizing him up. He just kind of caught you by surprise, him stepping in your way.
Yeah, go find out what it is. He'll like point to the cloak and then dash by as a distraction.
He's like, hey, oh shit, foreigners. Oren, you're up.
Oh, nudity. What do we do? So we're still on initiative, even though the bird stopped. Yeah. Like, Katep, I guess we're following Chamista and Alua.
That's my plan. I'm still gonna try to do my best to avoid people on the street in case the bird does do anything dangerous, but he's still heading towards the temple.
Okay. Say for brevity's sake, you guys do not reach the temple without incident. Doors are slightly open, as if indicating that people can enter, much like you found them last time when you were here.
Okay.
Anybody wanna? What do you guys do? You know, Chamista and Alua, you guys reach the temple first.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing?
Upon enter, I think as she's running up there, she'll look at Chamista, just kind of like in her head, just call, like, look for traps or something on the floor or something. I don't know. Get inside. But is there like I don't remember the entrance. Is there just go straight, or is there right and left?
It opens up into like a worship area, like a large foyer. So you kind of push open the doors, you know, in a rush, and see at the far side a familiar gold-scaled dragonborn woman, kind of in conversation with two other more drably dressed, brown clothed, look like acolytes maybe of the temple. You guys rush in. She immediately looks up and, hello, can I help you? You see Valette standing there, just kind of looking at you oddly as you kind of rush in a hurry.
You said the person like crawled into the temple building.
It was like a tower kind of thing. There's separate little towers in this temple, and he kind of like there was an open window next to him that he ducked inside as you were just as you were trying to get past this guard.
Yeah, so Trace was like, we apologize profusely for the intrusion, but there may be a wanted man who is hiding in the temple somewhere, and we need to find him.
He kind of holds up a hand slightly. It's like Okay, let's just calm down a little bit. First off, that's ridiculous.
Okay, well, before you say it's ridiculous, what does a automaton that can cast fireballs from a necklace of fireball, a scarecrow with an tiny emerald gem inside that brings it to life?
I've never been a fan of riddles.
It's not. Those are those things that actually happened. And now there's a man on top of your roof that sent down a silver metal bird. It was really pretty. Anything come to mind of those contraptions?
A bird, you say?
Yes,
Kind of
small,
at this point,
silver.
the other three of you guys arrive. Katap, you're still clutching this cloak tightly shut, I would imagine, or...
Yeah, but if it's not moving or anything, it might be to the point where he's like, should I like see if it's still in here or it died or something?
You say to Orin, I think, as you
Yeah.
your group comes in.
Though I think Chinny had to BRB for a
More
second.
like, I mean, it probably couldn't hurt. I mean, if it's not struggling.
Yeah. So like as he's getting to the temple door, he might be peeking inside the cloak to see if the bird is still there.
The bird is still there, but its wings are crumpled and its face is crumpled a bit. It seems to have been broken by the impact.
I think gravity sort of did the work.
You guys, the three of you enter as Katep kind of shows, I guess, this broken bird.
Yeah, if it's not moving, he'll kind of pull it out of the
Very
cloak.
clearly broken. Bird, and Willette goes, Nim, and turns sharply on her heels and begins to stride into the temple.
Yeah,
How did we follow her?
Yeah, Katep would definitely follow.
Absolutely.
And he'd pass Orin his cloak back now that there isn't a mechanical bird trapped in it.
Yeah, I think Orin then is like the last as he's like shaking his cloak out, getting all the dust off.
Jamisa's gonna go with, but he's like looking around for any kind of stairs that might lead up a tower.
Yeah, Willette leads you right to them. A spiral staircase that seems to lead up. It's a few, like two small antechambers back from the main area of the temple. It begins to lead the way up. Up to a think of like an attic entryway. You know, one of those doors you have to like push up. She comes up to these stairs and she starts calling out, Nim, get down here, please. Nim, I know you can hear me. Goodness, and she kind of goes as if to like climb the small ladder that leads up to this attic, then pauses. He put a new lock on his door. Nim! And she starts pounding on the door. Like the trapdoor section.
Oh, I've got a key. Put his hammer.
Kind of looks back and is like, yeah, I'd prefer it if you don't smash up my temple, thank you.
Shamista, is there something you can do a little less destructive than if Orin and I got involved?
If you don't mind, I could try picking it.
That's fine, yes. That's you can try, certainly, but Nim's a very clever little creature. Be my guest.
Lucky for you, I am a nimble creature. And I will try to pick the lock.
Go ahead and make a Thieves' Tool check. Your dexterity.
I don't know if I've done that.
Just do a dexterity check and add your proficiency and modifier to it if you wanted to. 19. You kind of it is a finely made lock. Very interesting as well. It's kind of designed to clamp shut the this door that would open inwards. And kind of like this squarish contraption that you're not familiar with, but I've seen locks that you're not used to. They all kind of operate in the same basic ways, but as you kind of get in there and start poking and prying, you cannot get this lock to spring.
Lua would like to try something seeing that it's not working.
Sure.
Alua goes up to the door, knocks on it gently, and says, "Excuse me, Nim. We were here before. We brought another little gadget that might be yours. It's a silver metal bird. I was wondering if you'd be able to fix it. It's quite pretty, but it may have taken some fall damage."
Valletta kind of cuts in as well. Nim, I strongly urge you to comply with the nice young lady. It'll be much worse for you, I can assure you of that. You can make a persuasion check
And
at advantage.
This is something completely random, but would that Stone of Good Luck Jamista have apply to proficiency with the tools?
I think so. It's an ability check.
So it would make it a 20, I guess, technically.
Yeah, just for continuation's sake, though, we'll just say that this is happening as you're picking it.
Oh, that works. Okay.
So go ahead and make a persuasion check just to see.
Good.
Yeah, so
I don't know, guys. I'm done. D&D 1.
So we'll say just that this it is a new lock. It takes a little bit more time for you to kind of stick with it a bit. After these two women kind of urge this Nim fellow to open, Valette just throws her hands up and turns and maybe your key will be necessary. And it's just then that click, you're able to get the lock, and the door kind of opens just a crack. As a 20 was the DC.
Oh.
So Jamista, the door opens. You kind of have been there fiddling with it.
I push it open and gesture, I guess. Tap, I guess, was the one with it? Or Alua, whoever is kind of fronting this?
You guys all head upstairs?
Yeah, if we think it might be dangerous, I think Katep would try to be towards the front, but he's not going to, like, shove people out of the way to get there.
I think once it's open, she'd probably wait for the Dragonborn to go in first, right? Because that's out of courtesy. Oh.
Valletta does step forward, but Katep, big,
Okay.
long strided, Katep kind of beats her there, and she kind of shies back. Listen, don't hurt him or anything. We just need to talk, is what she mutters to Katep as the two ascend into a haphazard attic workspace. There is no immediate light other than the sunlight coming through the one window that faces out onto the eastern approach to the temple. You see just a haphazard collection of desks, crates, small little hammers, what looks like it could pass as an anvil of sorts, though in a smaller degrees. All the many bits and bobs that would make up tinker's tools, in essence. Small little ingots, a forge in one corner, leading up, kind of connected to a chimney that must peek out over this tower. And in the dim light, you see kind of huddled a little bit in the curtain that's been pushed aside to allow the light to stream in, a figure in a heavy cloak, kind of hiding slightly behind the curtain. It kind of sees you all enter and pulls its head back. Though it's very obviously there. You see one bronze-fingered hand curling around the curtain, keeping it shut, kind of like a kid playing hide and seek, like not realizing, oh, they can totally see my hand. And you can also see its legs, these bronze, clearly metallic, just like construct feet. No, there's no toes or anything like that. It's just like a bronze pad, a bronze bar kind of thing. Very intricately made, though.
Alua will go boo. I see you.
It kind of shrinks back suddenly. And Valletta puts a hand on your shoulder. Nim, step out from behind there right now and explain yourself. As this creature steps out from behind the curtain, still wearing this cloak, but it's not enough to conceal at close range. A clearly copper or bronze construct. A face with a immoving smile, dull yellow amber eyes, thin bodies, like a puppet man. We'll go ahead and take a break there. And we will meet back in 10 minutes at 5 past.
All right.
Right.
All right.
Okay. BRB, guys.
Hey.
We got back.
Welcome back. We pick right back up where you guys had. We're watching this. Here I can pull out a token, maybe.
Maybe token.
This isn't the exact image, but no beard on Nim. I'm wearing a heavy cloak rather than this hat and tunic, but you can kind of see the very clearly human-esque features of Nim as it steps out from behind the curtain. Valletta, the golden-scaled dragonborn curator or head priestess of the House of Inspired Hands, takes a deep breath. Nim, you have some explaining to do, she says in a stern voice, and then looks to the group for them to
Who has
do
the
what they
bird?
will.
I think I'm still holding the bird.
Sure.
If you don't mind, Alua would want to go over to you and gently take the bird out of your hands.
Sure.
She'll do that. She'll hold it out and say, "Is this yours?"
See this creature kind of shy back a bit, and it lifts a hand, actually both of its hands kind of up close to its chest, and begins a kind of sudden set of intricate motions. Just these quick, rapid flicks of its fingers and motions.
Ooh, sign language?
Vallette translates. Nim says that it is his. He can't speak, but we've developed a means of communication. It's very clever, Nim is. Nim is a nimble-wright from Lantern, a gift several years back. Nim, I'll let them ask it. She kind of sighs exasperation and defers back to the group.
Well, you near... This is me, the player, forgetting the name of the street. 1 second.
You have Thunderstaff
Thunderstaff
Way
Way.
and Saerdoun.
Were you
Street.
near Thunderstaff Way and Saerdoun Street this morning when an explosion happened?
Vallette interjects before as Nim starts. She lifts up a hand. Oh, I can answer that. No, Nim doesn't leave the temple. He's not allowed off the temple premise.
Well, someone saw someone who looks very much like Nim on one of the nearby roofs not long after the explosion occurred.
Nim kind of shies back a little bit and kind of starts dipping back behind the curtain. No, answer them. Explain this. Do you know anything about this, Nim? Nim's face with features, but they're static features. Just a gaze kind of looks back and forth between Vallette and the group before it begins to explain things in its intricate sign language motions, to which Vallette gasps, You didn't! And she takes like a somewhat aggressive step forward before she catches herself. Nim tells me that he has seen another nimble-wright. That he made another nimble-wright. She's kind of just staring this Nim down at the moment.
So wait. So to clarify, there is another nimble right, and then you also made a nimble right. So that
No, Nim made a nimble-wright.
Okay.
I don't care what you named it, Nim. This is entirely out of line. Nim says its creation escaped some months back, but Nim, This is absolutely inexcusable. There's rules, and you know that. I'll be right back. Don't hurt him. Then Valette says to you all as she turns and the swish of her skirts and begins to head out of the attic.
Nim, we may not be able to understand your sign language, but can you write in common or other languages?
Kind of stares you down for a long moment before slowly shaking its head.
Well, that's all right. This bird, is there anything dangerous about it, or is it just for fun?
It shakes its head emphatically.
Kind of like understanding if it is human-like. Is it a shake a head emphatically as it's not?
No, like it's seeming to try to say no, but you could try to make an insight check to see if there's anything you can read about the gesture. I would say it's disadvantage on this insight check just because it is a automaton. It's not giving you many of the normal cues.
Okay, so it doesn't really do human.
Its facial expression doesn't change whatsoever. It is
right.
fully
Insight
etched in there. Yeah.
Wait, can I try giving him my mental link?
Ah, fudge.
You can. You extend out your consciousness towards it, and it does not take hold.
10.
Yeah, it's hard to read. It seems to be like emphatically telling you no, that the bird isn't harmless. That stands against what you guys just. I mean, you saw it die. Like, it would have hurt if it had slammed into somebody, but maybe it didn't intend it. But it's hard to read it. You know.
Okay. If I give it back to you.
No mind to take hold of this psychic link for this creature.
Okay. Well, if it means no harm, as I think that's what you mean, then am I able to give this back to you? Would you like it back?
Nim nods several times and kind of steps forward, holding out its hands. About the same time, though, you hear Valette just screaming, "Acolytes! Get up here! Now!" From just beyond the trapdoor leading out of the attic. And Nim scurries back, like very timidly.
Misa's maybe gonna like grab Alua's arm, and say, "Alua, maybe we should hold on to it for just a little longer, just in case."
All right. Well, with all that shouting, I think she probably got distracted.
Anybody else saying or doing anything?
This is a weird question that Katet probably won't be able to glean. But the way he recoils when the priestess yells, is that the same sort of like reaction of, I don't know, like a kid who's afraid of a drunk parent?
Just fear.
Make an insight check.
Yeah.
Again,
Was it fear or was it just surprise?
Insight check again at 50.
Nice.
Whoa.
A mixture of both, really. This Valette identified this thing as being intelligent, and if it's telling the truth about creating a construct, that's a remarkable feat of engineering, especially looking around. I mean, the tools in the workshop here in the attic is meaningful, but it's not extravagant by any means. I'd say, yeah, just a mixture of both, definitely. But exactly why, I would say, not quite high enough level to discern that. But it distinctly is afraid of something in Valette's voice.
Chamista will say, I guess, to the group, like, we need to figure out whether Nim was just targeting us or whether we were just happened to be random. I mean, you guys said it was going towards me, but why would Nim pick us? We'll need Lady Valenta, was that her name? Valetta?
Valetta.
We'll have to ask Lady Valetta to ask that question, but
she's climbing back up into the attic. if you'd wanted to keep your voice, like she's not trying to hide herself or anything. If you're not trying to, if you're trying to keep your voice down, she won't have heard. But
I guess Chimisa's only trying to avoid talking in front of Nim about him or them, but Chimisa isn't trying to hide from Lady Valletta.
ask me what? I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, my companion said that the bird was targeted at us or me. Can you ask Nim why?
I can already tell you why. A prototype, I'm sure. Nim's a sweetheart. He doesn't try to hurt anybody. But it's not human. It's not one of us, is it, really, in the end? She kind of has kept her voice down to talk to the group here.
So it was a mistake?
I'm confident on that, yes.
Orin's going to give Katep Mindlink response and ask Alua to give Chimista Mindlink response. And then ask Katep, like, are we buying this?
My gut is telling me that Nim might be a victim here, but I don't know.
I just want to make sure we're now having all this conversation in our head.
Yeah.
Right? Not having this conversation out loud, just so Alex knows.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
It's like a daisy chain. Like, I ask it
Yeah.
to say, and then blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
So as you guys are having this conversation, Vallette has turned and is facing them as well. And begins a bit of beratement that starts with, Nim, you made promises, and you've broken those promises. I'm going to confiscate your workshop for the time being until you prove that you are responsible enough for it. And it'll be kind of continuing a bit of beratement from this priestess towards the Nimblewright, just kind of shying away, still kind of half hiding behind the curtain that it hasn't ever fully moved away from. But continue your off conversation.
Yeah, Chinny, I think you're saying something.
You think we come back, break him out?
I mean, there's part of me that wants to say yes, but at the same time, we don't have all the facts. If this other Nimblewright that he created is causing trouble, we should focus on that, but I'll admit that it doesn't quite... For an automaton, he seems rather scared at the moment. That doesn't sit well with me.
Yeah, I'm picking that up too. Give me enough time, I can figure that out. That hand thing that he does.
Yeah, I'm quite curious as well. I want to learn it. I've never seen it before.
I mean, I agree, but I don't know if we have the luxury of time here. I mean,
No.
we need to let this other rogue one walking around. If it can cause damage and has access to what artifacts, what else could that mean? Right? We need to make sure it doesn't hurt anyone else.
And try to buy it. Maybe.
Do you think it's for sale, or are they acting like are they working for someone? How do we know?
Well, they said Nim was a gift
We're gonna,
and that he's not allowed to leave the premises.
okay.
How long does your background feature take to kick in, Orin?
What do you mean?
You have that ability to decipher speech, isn't it?
Oh, I need a day.
Oh, okay. I got you. I will say, just kind of in general, if you want to make an intelligence check to see if you can pick up the base, like the initial basics of it, if you're kind of keeping an eye on it and watching it.
Yeah. I'll try to check. He would have been. It would have immediately like drawn his
Ooh. Yeah, so this Nimblewright's fingers are incredibly dexterous, and though it's made out of metal, it moves with a a grace that could give any mortal like envy, like just seamlessly flowing between motions. It is jointed, but it doesn't, I mean, in the same way that everybody's jointed, it's so incredibly smooth with all of its motions, and its fingers are long and actually have an extra joint on them to where they can make almost eerie motions with them. And watching it, you kind of begin to pick up that you think, given how rapid the hand motions are, that it's actually signing phonetic sounds and creating words with it. It's most apparent with some of the very short words with simple sounds. But you gather that it's actually speaking common through its hands. It would take you quite a bit of dedicated time watching it and really trying to figure it out, but you pick up on that at least. So it's clearly quite intelligent, quite human-like.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Can I try
I will say a
try to
few
pick
minutes.
up?
Okay, go ahead.
Can he watch them and specifically pick up certain symbols to be to sign to the thing like SOS to see if he wants help, kind of thing?
I would say with that role, you could definitely try. It is very much focused on Valette right now. And a few minutes into this conversation that you guys are having, it's beratement. Actually, not even a few minutes. About a minute into it, a few acolytes begin to enter this this attic space, making it fairly cramped, and begin the process of removing items from it. Valette making good on her threat to remove her to confiscate its workshop.
I mean, I don't want to break the law, but I want to stop them.
That's where I'm at. I want to help this guy, but
Yeah.
I will say, so it kind of ends. Valette kind of explains this through, if you're going to be treated like an adult, you need to act like one. These things, they can have consequences that hurt people. And then if I let you go about, who do you think the guards are to blame? You? Of course they're not going to blame you. They're going to blame me and my temple. And I just can't have that. Just kind of going on. But eventually it ends and she turns away, giving a heavy sigh. I hate having to be stern with him, she says as she kind of takes a step away from Nim and rejoins the collection of the five of you all.
Sounds like you don't want him.
Don't want him? Just no, he's a marvel of God, almost a paragon of invention. He's incredible.
Just the way you're going about how you are speaking, and then no, he's not human. Wouldn't understand that. But it's a very human thing to want to do what you were made to do, and then berate him.
Of course it is, and it's a very human thing to be punished when you lie and break your promises and endanger people.
That's true. Actually, I had a little thought. Nim, did you want to make this yourself because you wanted to, or did someone ask you or force you to?
Nim kind of looks up at you. It's been kind of staring as it's a very slow process. It's maybe about 3 or 4 acolytes, these plain brown robes, begin the process of removing some stuff. It's going to take them quite a bit of time to fully clean out this space that's cluttered with all sorts of half-created things and tools and the like and supplies. Nim kind of pulls its eyes away from watching them look at you and shifts on its feet before signing something to Valette. He's lonely, he says. He wanted a companion. but it escaped some months ago. It's easy to make an imitation, but a lot harder to make a real Lantinese Nimblewright.
And you said you named it. What was the name?
Villette kind of interjects. No. It's better that it is gone. If it wasn't, if I knew about it, I would have destroyed it, Nim, because you promised, and these things can be dangerous.
Well, if it is the imitation that Nim had created, then maybe it has already done something terrible. Maybe not on its own volition. Maybe something else is controlling it. But maybe if we had more information on how Nim created this and a little bit more specifics, we'd be able to whittle down where this construct has gone.
With respect, miss, these are secrets of the creation of a Nimblewright are not ones that I am willing to discuss for any reason with anybody outside of the order, outside of the temple.
Well, I can see that's fair. Well, just do you know about the explosion that happened that we just spoke about?
I heard the acolytes were just telling me that something happened in the Sea Ward, but nothing I seemed necessary to concern myself with. Is it we're the Temple of Invention, not one of...
Not the Sea Ward, the North Ward.
North Ward, rather. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I was going to say, there's something else in the C word too? Uh-oh.
Yeah, I know, right? She's like, well, one of the witnesses, a lady, gave his exact description. And now there has been witnesses outside seeing a very similar figure on your roof. I don't think it'd take too long for it to get back to the city guard or the guard, whatever, city guard. That's
Villette kind of lifts a scaled hand and kind of rubs across her face. I mean, the watch is well aware, and the open lady has given her blessing for Nim's continued presence in the temple. Like I said, I know that Nim hasn't left. I would know if Nim has left the temple. But it's a fair point. I don't want people of the city thinking that we build monsters that cause explosions around the city. They already distrust us enough as it is.
Well, what if Nim could help us track down this other one?
Absolutely not, Villette interjects.
Yeah.
But knowing Nim, he might have made something around here, some way to get in contact with the other poor unfortunate thing. Do you want to look around with me, see if anything looks interesting in the area?
Could we not ask Nim? Will he not just show us?
I don't really trust Nim right now. I knew he was capable of mistruths, but not ones to the degree that he has made. He ardently swore on Gond's own expectancy that he would not attempt to create anything with any sentient abilities, any capacities for independent thought. And he has clearly broken that promise numerous times.
She'll look over at Nim a little bit of like, I'm sorry.
Nim's kind of shied up, but he's at this point he's kind of like dry washing his hands, kind of head hung down a little bit, looking somewhat abashed.
All right, guess we're
to
look.
Yeah, Chamisa's gonna look around, but he's probably actually gonna spend most of his time looking, like, watching to see what Lady Valletta is looking at, see what she finds interesting.
Yeah.
Sure.
Smart.
Not like, obviously he's trying to be like subtle, but it's like, what's she looking at? Why would she find certain things interesting that we don't know about?
Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of little like half-baked inventions scattered around this place, like half-created ones, discarded little bits. I mean, it very much looks like a tinker's workshop in here. So there's all sorts of just little contraptions that, at a quick glance, you probably wouldn't know exactly what's going on. But anybody who is looking around can go ahead and make an investigation check.
Before I look around, is it okay if Alua goes up to Nim real quick?
Sure, but Valette's keeping a careful eye. As you kind of turn, she's like, kind of steps up, shadowing over your shoulder.
She goes to Nim and says, Nim, what you did when you made a promise and you broke it, in our eyes, it's not a positive thing. But I am sorry that you feel lonely. You broke trust, and that will always take longer to earn back that trust. There's many times where I have broken trust somewhat, but I want to let you know you can always gain trust back. It'll just take some time. And I just want
Quite
you to know that's
some
fine.
time, Valette interjects.
Yes, Valette. So, one of the things that you could possibly do is, if you did make a contraption or something that would be able to identify the creation you had made, which has possibly been out there doing a lot of harm, possibly. I'm not saying it did, but there is a possibility. If there is anything that you have created, could you let us know where you put that contraption?
Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
Guys, I don't know about my dice. Okay.
We believe in you.
Oh, don't. Okay, sure. Thank you.
So
Skills.
you do. Come on, Mojo.
Persuasion, please.
Yes,
Oh, thank
we're
God.
done.
Something.
Or Nim doesn't answer for a long moment before it kind of shifts one foot to the other nervously before it bursts into a quick, intricate weave of motions with its oddly jointed fingers. Right, Valette says, and just kind of turns on her heel.
Lua looks at
And
Lauren.
moves forward.
Did you catch that?
And moves towards a part of the room, a long kind of metal tabletop. She extends her hand. She reaches for a very odd contraption. It's just this weird brass, many jointed contraption with all sorts of odd hooks and levers and cranks, and a small parasol on top that's red and yellow. All told, it's about 2 feet long. Let me see if I can't grab a quick picture.
It sounds adorable, and I want it. It has a little umbrella, a little parasol. This is real life me. It's 2 feet long.
That's
There you go.
totally steampunk.
Yeah.
Oh, I want them
Oh.
even more now.
It's freaking awesome.
That looks sick.
Right?
So, rather it's a 1 foot long copper contraction.
Ah, okay.
Nim, as Valette returns, just asking, "Do you mean this, Nim?" Nim continues to communicate via sign language to Valletta, and Valletta translates. This is a nimble-right detector, is what he's calling it, that Nim says he made, trying to discover where his errant creation got off to, but obviously discovered that its range perhaps is more limited than the temple grounds allow. You simply hold down this trigger here, and she points to this thing at the very bottom, and if there is within a nimble right if it works right, which that's quite interesting. If it works right, then the umbrella will begin to spin, whir, and click, accelerating as the distance to the target, the other nimble right, lessens. Well, shall we try it?
And
She's got
a
reason not
what-
to.
did you
Holding
say
it.
how large of a radius?
500 feet is what Nim says.
Oh.
But his guesswork, rather, that's unkind, his calculations, she dips her head to Nim at her own correction, says, but let's see here. And she pulls down the trigger. What happens next is just this wild din as the umbrella joint begins to spin. The parasol itself begins to poof open and close, poof open and close, and it just gives this loud clinking alarm sound.
Oof.
And Villette quickly disengages the trigger.
Well,
Nim, does it detect you as well, or only this other nimble, right?
Quick bit of signage. Nim's confident that it's tied to intricate properties of nimble rights.
okay.
So it should work on anything, though, as I said, it doesn't sound like, of course, it's Nim's creation might not pass off as a full nimble right, but Nim is a clever creature. I'm confident that he adjusted it appropriately. If Nim's confident it'll work, I'm fairly confident it will work.
All right. Alua will look over at Nim and say, "Thank you, Nim. This is a good start."
Yes, well, we'll see. Here. Can we speak in private? The five of you.
Yeah, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Guys.
Alua will go to Shamista and ask, "I feel really guilty. Can I give back his bird? Or do we still want to keep it?"
It's a lot of silver.
I'm not talking. You're not. Does Orin hear that?
It's a pretty cramped area, probably.
Yeah,
Sorry?
I
Yeah,
guess
probably.
I think it's probably fine. Yeah.
They're just gonna take it away from him.
Right. She'd want to.
They're emptying out the place.
Yeah, I think she would try to do it wait until she's the last person and put the maybe behind the open door or something so we can get it later or something. Try to be sneaky, find a place that they have already looked or done under the bed. Is there a bed?
There is no bed.
That makes sense. I don't know. She's good.
Okay. I don't think Villette has reason to distrust you guys, so she'll head down as well. But there are acolytes in the room that's packaging some stuff up. So go ahead and make a sleight of hand check.
Oh God.
I was gonna say just hold on to it till we break him out.
I don't think we can break him out.
We can
Are you
down fighting.
I get okay. If Orin is in her head saying don't give it away, she won't do it. She'll feel guilty, but she won't.
Head down
She'll
off
head
the
down.
ladder. Just a few paces away from the attic. Villette turns. Well, I'm sorry you had to see that. But what's done is done. So you all want to track down this nimble, right? Yes, and get to the bottom of whatever this explosion was. Said it was involved in that.
That's right.
I very much like it if you all could destroy this rogue errant nimble right for us. As I said, this temple has its detractors. And if it becomes public knowledge that anything created here caused the deaths of any citizens of this city, it will be ruinous for us. I'm prepared to offer 500 gold for if you can prove that you've destroyed this errant thing to us, as well as perhaps some useful inventions that have previously won prizes in our in the contests that we hold with the acolytes and inventors of this temple. Some things that might be very useful to adventurers such as yourselves.
Well,
Yeah.
I know.
You are probably going to do this anyways.
It's true.
We're looking to get to the bottom of why the explosion happened. An ideal scenario is, well, would be no combat, but obviously we're going to defend ourselves if it comes to it. So
Just be careful. Nimble rights are incredibly quick, much quicker than you would expect. And if Nim gave it any sort of instinctual behavior, it will be quick to try to defend itself and quite possibly capable with weaponry. Nimble rights, when they're not properly protected and properly cultivated, can be erratic and easily swayed by any sort of deviant mind, I guess to say. I wouldn't be surprised if this creature found its way into the underground and has been being taken advantage of by some criminal organization. So be careful yourselves, certainly, but they're very, very clever, Nimbled Rights are, but they don't think like people do. They're filled with a sort of innocent wonder about the world that in many ways keeps their perspective unique, but in other ways offers them a lot of room for malfeasance. That's why I had to be so hard with Nim. They don't really understand half measures. Like disciplining a child, really. It's all or nothing. You can't.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not even a child. Maybe more like a pet. He's not a pet. I just mean, they're not human. They're not mortal.
I understand what you're saying.
And I suppose I should clarify, it's a nuance of the law, but when I said that the guards wouldn't blame Nim for it, I wasn't lying. Constructs, like Nimble Rights are, have no legal protection in this city, so don't be afraid to butcher it in the streets if you have to. Obviously don't endanger anybody, but the guard won't press any charges or the like, She gives a deep sigh and rubs at her face a few more times.
Well, I suppose that would explain some things, as when we found, or it was given to us, it was found a necklace of fireball. The Nimble Right,
Good.
Yeah, must have thrown a charge, and then dropped the necklace. Is that something a Nimble Right would do?
If instructed by someone it trusted, yes. Probably dropped it on purpose. Again, they're remarkably gracile and dexterous.
Mm-hmm.
Might very well have been told to dispose of this, if that's what it was, a necklace of fireballs. I guess it checks out. They said it was rumor has it that it was like a magical explosion. What the acolytes were telling me, the rumor is.
Okay, so it would have purposely left.
Probably. I mean, I can't say for sure, but again, I've never met anything as good with its hand as Nim can juggle. I think 17 balls was his record.
I guess it's more so if my little doubt is that it didn't like what it had done and then tried to...
They don't have a consciousness.
I know.
The consciousness they have is simulated for people's benefit.
All right.
They're constructs, miss.
Okay. Well, what do you guys would you guys like to think about it and then come back, or because we do have another stop we have to go?
Well, if we don't know where the Nimblewright is, we could start looking on our way to where we have to go next and then continue the
Yes.
search.
Oh, that's what I meant. We have one more stop that we have to go, or 2 more stops today.
You guys, are you having this conversation as you all are leaving? Or are you discussing this in front of Valletta?
I thought I was just like, I'm just Alua's asking, are we making a decision now, or are we going to think about it because we have other places that we need to go first?
I feel like we should look for the thing, or the Nimblewright, and this contraption seems to be the only reliable way to find it, short of just like stumbling upon it.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll look for it.
Okay. All right. So it sounds like so I guess we'll let her know. Go ahead. Sorry.
Agreeing already.
All right. I think we're all in accord on this. We will go ahead and take your offer. How do you use this contraption again? You just pull the trigger. All right.
You pull the trigger.
She'll take it and not pull the trigger since it made so much noise last time. Just kind of like, hold it as if it's like, okay, type of thing with the other bird in her hand. So, yeah. Sorry about all this.
Okay. Sorry. All right, so we head out then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where are you guys headed to?
I think she'll give the contraption to Katep. She's like, I don't like it. It makes noise. Here. Do you want it? Hold it?
Sure, I'll hold on to it.
Do you have to hold it in the air, you think, or can it just be anywhere? Like a little parasol, it has to be above your head. She tries to make Katep do it.
He's just gonna carefully tuck the contraption away for the moment, but
Oh, fine.
Well, hold on. Let's just test the range of it a little bit.
get a few hundred feet from the temple, you mean, or?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
fine.
and then see it, and then walk around with it while we do our errands in case you might get lucky.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure, I suppose we could.
All right. But what if it is only to detect the clone, the one that he made, but the one that he made is the one that's back in the temple?
Are you suggesting that the real name might have escaped and left a replacement?
I mean, if you could and you wanted to, wouldn't you?
Well, absolutely.
As one of my questions is that or something that I remember, she said that if he left the premises, she would know. Does that mean he has a little alarm or something on him that would trigger if he left, and then she would know?
Yeah, maybe.
All right, let's just go.
Yeah.
Seems smart, but I don't know if he's that capable. That seems like that's a little above his level. I don't want to make too many assumptions, but I don't know.
As a note, just to kind of explain the monumentousness of the task with this detector, to search a ward in a way that would leave the ward fully investigated will take a day.
Sounds about right.
Well, no, that doesn't even work, because what if we do a ward, move to the next one, and then he goes back to a ward we checked?
It's a very fair point.
So, and like
But
canvassing the
to-
city with this thing isn't actually a plan. We've got to try and use something else to narrow it down. We just use
We
this
have
to
to-
confirm he's around.
That is obviously,
We have
largely
to
because of the
first. We have to find
limitations.
first, and then narrow it down once we know the area he's in, right?
I mean, if if we're going off the assumption that the Nimblewright was found and like recruited by a criminal organization, maybe the dock wards would be the place to start, but that's just a wild guess.
Yeah, well, and we found Zentarum there, so what if the criminal organization he's found by is Xanathar? Because they're at war, right?
That is true.
True.
So we just have lots of things we don't know. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I was agreeing, and I thought that maybe Davil will have possibly some more insight on where to start.
Yeah.
Say that it's taken about an hour more just to kind of conclude all of that. It's about this time Chamista, a voice enters your head. The voice of the Blackstaff, concisely saying, I heard there was an explosion outside of your house, and that the Zentara might be involved. Do you have anything to report?
Yes, ma'am, we do. Would Chamista know how much he can like say in this message?
No, I wouldn't imagine so.
Or does it seem, I guess, more like a beckon to come see me and tell me about it, or is it a tell me over this message? Can we get that?
It kind of hard to incite a sending spell, I think. It seemed fairly concise, just asking if you had anything to report.
Okay. What he'll do is he'll respond, yes, we do. And there's an explosion. We tracked down. It seems there may be a rogue Nimblewright around town. We've been tasked to destroy it, but we can fill you in on more details if you're interested.
Might kind of get, I think the last little bit might not have gone through, but certainly the essence of the message is there. A few moments later, you hear a voice respond back. If you have more to explain, visit the tower and do so. Please.
And then Chamista will share that interaction with the group.
Oh, we're off to the Blackstaff then. Sign me up.
That was our next stop, right?
Yeah, that was our next stop.
I think
Yeah,
so.
we're on our way.
I think it was. Right.
Right, off we go then.
Oh, she said that she had permission to have the nimble, right?
Yes, by the lady, but if the Nimblewright is not supposed to make things like itself and then did, that she could retract it.
Yeah. Okay.
Potentially. It seemed that that was a promise it seemed Nim made with Valletta, but
Yeah.
to the extent of everything.
Yeah.
I mean, certainly if there is something causing causing the deaths of people in the streets, that's something that the guard, the watch, and the mass lords would be very keen on preventing. So it's a fair assumption that it would track back to them if all of this was discovered.
Frankenstein's monster.
So you guys head to Blackstaff Tower?
Yep.
Oh,
Great. We will accelerate that process. You guys find it there just as you had left it. The gate's still open. No apprentices out, but as you approach the tower itself, the arcane door forms in the obsidian side of this tower. It opens up, beckoning you all in. Once inside, you guys can head up the stairs to Blackstaff's study. Laura's like, all right, remember, she said, don't touch anything, don't look at any books, don't talk about any books, we're here for a reason, and then we're going to go see your elf lover boy.
All she's thinking about is the book.
Son of a bitch.
Is it one of those things where we walk through the arcane doorway and somehow Alua's already up in the study?
Book.
Not quite. Not quite. It's down the stairs.
Can't help it. Can't help it. I mean, like, how can you have an extraplanar extraplanar book in there, which is like her thing, and not think about it at any given point?
Chamista, how good is your sleight of hand again?
how good is my sleight of hand? I don't know off the top of my head. It's acceptable. It's good.
We're not stealing from the blacksmith.
If people start getting disintegrated, I've never met any of you before in my life.
That's what you meant. No, I would never. Not here.
Oh, come on, mate. In for a penny, out for a pound.
In for a penny, out with my life.
I don't even know what that means.
All right, you guys enter the study of Vajra Safar, the Black Staff of Waterdeep. She is pacing behind her desk as you guys appear in the threshold. She gives you all a nod and takes a seat behind her extravagant desk. So,
Right. We talked with some of the people at the scene, and they reported seeing some sort of automaton that sounded familiar to something I had seen when I was a kid. We went to the Temple of Gonds to investigate, just see what was up. And near as we can tell, a replica of a Nimblewright is somewhere in the city and possibly in...
Her eye twitches.
And possibly under the influence of a criminal organization. We have a device that we think can locate it, but it'll take some legwork on our part.
Her eye twitches again. She nods. Very well. Wonderful. Quaint and wonderful. Do you have any leads on who this gnome was?
Nope.
I'm afraid not. Should certainly, I think, ask around that. I imagine you find the identity of him. It will help you surmise the identity of whoever this fellow who took something off of him was, and potentially whoever was controlling this Nimblewright. I can't imagine. I imagine there were two forces interested in this gnome. Two competing forces. It'd be easy to say the Xanathar and the Zentarum, but the easy answers aren't always the correct ones. But I have nothing that I can offer as help. Gives a deep sigh. Well, if you figure out where this creature is located, if it seems to be in a fortified location, you can contact me, come back to the tower, and I might be able to offer some sort of assistance once we have something specific in mind.
Yeah.
Why you fives, though? Why outside your door?
That... I don't know. I don't know if it...
Coincidence. Coincidence is a thing, but it's exceptionally rare in this city, I think.
My wild theory is... and she keeps looking at the book, but then tries not to. My wild theory is when we looked at the body of the gnome, is that his boots were covered in sewage or something, and that maybe, perhaps, and it seems that one of the witnesses had seen a tall, slightly burnt man in a cloak take something from his body, his dead body. So my theory is he was coming to us for something, to give us something, to ask us to investigate something, because apparently that's what people do now. But on the way, he was intercepted horribly.
That's why he had the diamonds. Smart.
Checks out. It's a solid theory. But you'll need more, certainly. You'll be certain.
Absolutely.
And, Alua, if it would help you, and Vajra lifts a hand, her fingers give a small wiggle, and these sliding doors that can't exist. There's no space for them. They get conjured and just close off the bookshelves.
She looks at the books, at the fascinated first off of that, and kind of give a small tear of thanks, but also that is the saddest thing I have ever seen. Small little trickle.
All right. Do you have any other plans, or are you just going to start combing the city with this detector here?
Well, seems we should do some more digging into the gnome gentleman and maybe some of the other victims if we can. Try to narrow down where to search, and then I guess get to searching.
And if you can't narrow it down,
Well, it wouldn't be the first time I've had to do a lot of legwork in a job.
fair enough. All right. Well, I won't keep your time. Is there
I
anything
have a
else?
Question, Katef.
Oh, actually, real quick. Speaking of coincidences, just last night we were out in the about an hour's walk from here. Farmers had
Was this
some
Mora?
trouble going on. Yeah,
Oh, I was real
Oh,
confused.
yeah, me
Sorry.
too. Mora, okay.
going on, and had some animated scarecrows tried to rip our faces off. We found this inside, and she tumbles the 4 green gemstones in front of the black staff.
I think we were keeping one, right? Was there 4?
She's showing them
Oh,
right
okay,
now.
okay.
There were 4 of them, though. Yeah. I think Mora would be over eager to make the black staff happy. She takes a moment, picks one up, examines it, wiggles her fingers, her eyes glow white briefly. Whatever enchantment they might have once had, there's no trace of magic on them now. And she kind of offers the gem back to Mora. Kind of mutters another quick incantation. None of these have any magic clinging to them. A focal point, likely, but not magical in and of themselves. It's troublesome, but there was recently a new moon, I think there was, which we should have covered since Orin and Alua's days would have swapped.
Yeah, there was.
Yeah, so, but likely some cult at work. If you find out more information, let me know. I'll see what the Watchful Order suspects. Keep an eye out. Thank you for telling me, but feel free to keep the gems, sell them, whatever it is you wish.
Right. I suppose we have got some work to do, but if you need us, you clearly know how to get a hold of us.
That I do. Very well. You're dismissed then.
Fantastic. As to distract her, real quick, as we're going down the stairs, let us know when we're actually headed down the stairs, and then she's going to say something.
be.
Okay.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Orin.
No, I was laughing. I'm good.
Oh. Okay, as we head down the stairs, Alua, to distract her, thinks of like everything like under the sun or something. Then she turns to Katep, eyes wide, and says, "Could we ask your girlfriend if we can borrow a griffin? Because that would make it so much easier to fly around the city with the umbrella thing. And if it goes off, at least we know we can get, we just dive down, and it's faster than walking." Does that make sense? Yes?
You guys reach the bottom of the stairs successfully.
It makes sense, but she's not my girlfriend. I've had maybe 2 conversations with her.
Okay, well, girl, space, friend.
Sure, we'll go with that. I mean, I don't know what sort of rules they have, but the Griffin Riders aren't they a fairly prestigious position? I doubt just anyone can go up and enlist their aid in something.
I mean, there's things that are probably blowing up the city. I think they might help with that, We just push it a little. She's your girl, space, friend. Maybe you have a little pull. Sounds like you might have some pull. I'm just asking. It might make our, lives a little easier, faster, too. Or made a good point. What if we checked one place and then it goes into that same place after we leave? Just a thought. Let's keep going.
If you guys were a griffin would make this much easier, almost certainly. They go very fast.
Oh, yeah,
I could ask, but I can't guarantee that she'd even be allowed to assist in this. I don't know how their orders or chain of command or anything works.
Well, that's fine, as long as we check it out. Oh, go ahead.
I see what's wrong here. Listen, I can help you out, Katep. You ask her on a date, and I'll be in your head, and I'll tell you what to say. It's
No.
all right. You can do it.
That is not the issue here at all, actually. But
I
I,
think it
I
is.
appreciate the
It's nothing
sentiment.
to be ashamed of, Katap. Everyone gets a little bit of nerves.
Yeah, I mean, we can dress you up as a lady if she's, she sounds like she's into that.
That is not that. He's just Captain Picard, like massaging his forehead as they walk out the tower.
Orin's giving him that understanding pat on the shoulder. All right. Are we off to Davil to see if he got our message
I think so, yeah.
with the portal? And if he
Yeah.
didn't, we can get lunch.
Lunch on the way?
Did we even have breakfast this morning?
We didn't.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. We definitely got to go to the Yawning portal and eat then.
Yeah, we can go to the Yawning portal, see if Davil is there / got our message, and if nothing else, get some food, and then figure out. I guess Katep could try reaching out to Savra to see if that's even in the realm of possibilities, but
Yes.
All right. As you head to the Yawning portal, Chamista, go ahead and roll a d10 for me.
10. I was gonna say, one might say we literally eat explosions for breakfast.
But
Nice.
6.
Oh, not bad.
All right. As you guys enter into the Yawning portal, it is kind of a buzz with the early lunch crowd. Quickly looking over to the table that you guys have become accustomed to seeing some member of the of Davil's company with, you see the tall, muscled woman, Istrid Horn.
Ooh.
Excuse me, no, Tashlin Yafira. That's her name. Istrid Horn's a
Is she
different
the one from the
lady.
City Watch?
She's the one from the City Watch, wearing a tabard of the City Watch over plate armor, relaxing in her chair, one foot, booted foot up on the table, as she's just slowly sipping from what is presumably a mug of ale. Otherwise, Dernan is behind the bar, as he always is. Just catch Bonnie moving between tables. It's, again, a fairly busy day, though not packed by any means. The uneven, somewhat grating music of 3 strings weaves between the chatter of the patrons. What would you guys like to do?
Trying to remember what was her name again.
First off,
Tashlin
check the
Yafira.
device.
Captain Tashlin Yafira.
what was that, Jenny?
First off, check the device real quick.
Sure. Before Katep goes into the bar, he'll take out the weird contraption and pull the trigger down.
Nothing happens.
All right.
All right. I don't think it's within 500 feet of the Yawning portal, at least.
How deep is that pit in the Yawning portal?
Very.
Okay. So let's go get some food. Sorry, I spaced out a little bit. Did you say that one of Davil's contacts was there?
Yes. The woman that you first met Davil with, or well, the group first met Davil with, the member of the City Watch, Captain Tashlin Yafira, in her City Watch tabard over plate mail armor. She's just kind of relaxed up, one boot on the table, drinking. She's noticed you all entering. Doesn't say anything or gesture or anything. Goes back to watching 3 strings.
Well, yeah. If it's busy, I think I think Orin might try to up nod and steer the group towards her table so we can get in on her table and sit down and order food and chat with her.
She neither offers invitation or protest to you guys joining her.
Right.
Till everyone's seated, she just kind of lowers her mug for a moment. Yup.
You heard about what happened in Seaward earlier, huh?
Yup.
Two of them blokes had Zentats on their arm.
Yeah. Just kind of shrugs a shoulder, eyeing you. What's it to you?
Well, we've been trying to build a rapport with Devil, and we're trying to find the guys what did that. I was hoping maybe you could steer us in the right direction.
Yeah, he's properly reported. I'll tell you that with you all. Got your letter. Asked Davil. He said he'd show up around dinner time at your place. Wanted to make sure he didn't miss anything, but was asking some questions around the city. Braid, I don't know. Not our people, that's for sure.
Well, that's part of what we wanted to double check.
Well, let us buy you lunch.
All right. Kind of pulls her foot down, leans, pulls her chair in a little bit, gets more in a normal seated position now at that offering.
Yeah, I think when as the barmaid's doing her rounds, I think Oren will call her over and order some food for the table, whatever the chefs, whatever the chefs made.
Yeah, just a nice meal for the day. It's good food, well priced, good food. Any conversation you want to have?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Any conversation you want to have over dinner? Not dinner, lunch rather.
I think maybe trying to entice her, if she has any input, maybe we do a little bit of like light discussion on the topic. Like maybe let it drop a hint that we kind of have a lead, but not that it's like a nimble raid or anything.
Okay. Any specific way you want to do that, or?
I'm trying to think. I don't have no.
She's definitely acting like a brick, practically. She doesn't even really say thanks for the food once it arrives. Just starts eating it with a kind of like that naturally quick mannerism of a soldier.
Yeah, soldier's appetite, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all right. I don't know. Can you guys think of anything?
I think definitely Alua is going to ask a question.
I'm sure she'll love it.
I'm sure she'll love it. She'll ask, I think maybe after she's like done eating, since she probably will be done in like a minute. It seems like
A few minutes, but yeah, she's not. She's enjoying. She's not like making it disappear like a magic trick, but it is quick, methodical.
Mm-hmm. Captain, I have a quick question for you.
Yeah.
And I hope you don't take it personal.
Tashlin,
I
okay.
said Captain. Oh, just
Yeah, and I'm saying Tashlin.
I see. Okay, Tashlin. You joined the City Guard, and you also joined
Watch,
Devil's
but yeah.
Watch. Ugh, those two names, and also Devil's Crew, which are a little competing, I suppose. Opposite ends, not really competing. May I ask why?
Yeah, look, I was a Doom Raider. Then we retired here to Waterdeep, and I signed up with the City Watch. Keep an eye on things. Do a bit of good. Miss that part of the old adventure in life. That's why. Why? What are you insinuating, Silvertree?
Alua. Well, I was just wondering if it'll be all right if we can get your thoughts on the matter at hand that happened. Any insight from your experience from the Doom Raiders, and also
Sure.
your experience now.
This will be fun.
Okay.
She just stares at you.
She'll look over at Oren, kind of give him lead. Like, well, I assume nothing like this has happened.
Yeah, nobody's ever attacked Waterdeep before. Man, we've enjoyed, what is it? Going on 8 centuries of peace now, I think it is.
Well, look, I know that there's been a lot of violence in the city recently, but a magical explosion like this, is that escalation? Is that common? Something that only happens on occasion?
What, you think this is just another 6th day kind of thing? No, of course they're not normal. The Watchful Order keeps a pretty good eye on things, though people scurry past or just ignore it. They'll get to the bottom of it. They always do. I mean, hell, the open ladies, Lariel fucking Silverhand, would have to be an idiot to try something like this under her nose.
I mean, if they always got to the bottom of it, then, like, Devil's organization wouldn't exist.
Well, Davil's organization doesn't murder 11 citizens in broad daylight, do they?
Right, fair enough. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's up in the Seaward and everything. You know, down here in the Darkwood, sure, maybe this battle's getting a little heated, but right outside my door, even.
Trust me, plenty of people have their underclothes twisted over what's going on. I imagine you're not going to have quite as quiet a few afternoons with all the watch members poking around the doors in Trollskull. Your problem, not mine.
That's true.
Yeah, all right.
A question. We found a necklace of fireballs and something of great power. Assume she looks at Mora. That is something that I'm sure is in limited supply, just giving out, unless for trade or from the underbelly. Otherwise, is there any place, I don't know, that you know of that is legitimate, that anyone could get their hands on, not anyone, sorry, that someone could possibly snatch from, I don't know, a secure vault? Not sure. It's a stretch.
It's not called the City of Splendor because it's lacking in magical economy, Silvertree. Yeah, there's plenty of places. I mean, any magic school, noble house, any just rich merchant fuck who was a little bit too desperate for money. Anybody could have gotten their hands on something like that. I mean, I'm not a fucking wizard or anything like that. I imagine they're not common or anything like that, but I mean, if you told me that some wizard stepped out in front of your house, pulled down his pants, and just shat out a fireball, sure, why the fuck not? Magic's weird.
This is true. Also, you keep calling me Silvertree. When I called you Captain, you said Tashlin, and I said,
yeah. Here's the thing with that is that I'm a captain of the City Watch. And I've earned a bit of respect, haven't I? She kind of grinning at that. Almost fairly grinning. Not quite. Not like aggressively, but just arrogantly.
So you can only call people's first names if you have respect?
Yeah.
That's what I tend to do.
Oh, okay, so that's just you thing. All right.
Yeah, there's this crazy thing about people and how they're unique.
That's true. So am I.
Like snowflakes.
That melt. Yes, that's true.
Yeah, imagine you melt to the right temperature. Or, well, I guess you could tell me that better than anyone. If it really was a fireball.
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. All right. I was just wondering.
Was it awful seeing it?
We didn't see it. It was outside our house and we were inside. But from what a lady had said, she's witnessed 4 halflings just burned to death. And the smell and the look of 11 bodies, charred, smoking. Not a good sight.
Gets the blood flowing, though, doesn't it?
More like drained out of my face, but yes.
Well, like I said, Davil told me he had some business about the city, some questions to ask, some investigating to do, that he'd swing by your manor at nighttime. If that's okay.
Yes. And she looks over at the group. Yes, we're going to be there at night.
Morris is like, oh. Clearly doesn't like the idea of it, but she's not going to be the first to say something.
Yeah, we'll be there.
Good. He will be too, I imagine. Anyways.
Yeah.
It's off.
All right. Well, since we're done eating now, I guess we better go, get back to trying to keep the city safe while you sit here doing whatever it is you do.
Doing the gods' works. Silvertree. Doing the gods' works, and she kind of toasts you with her mug.
He gives her a grin and a wink, yeah. And then, yeah, I guess we'll leave. Well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Outside, Mora kind of finally speaks up. I thought we didn't want any clear associations with them lot. What happened to that?
As long as he doesn't come through the front door.
Somebody detonated a fireball outside of your window.
Yeah. I guess they did. All right. As long as you all know what you're up to. I'm not doing anything criminal, though. I don't care what he says. I don't trust him.
Yeah, and I did not like her. She was... What the...
I mean,
I think that's just her
seemed
personality.
like a soldier who's doesn't much enjoy small talk.
Yeah, she might just be asinine because she doesn't know us. I did ask why the first name, and she said she doesn't have a respect for us in order to earn it. So I think it's just a threshold.
And
No, I don't
and if Davil's group went, exploring witches' lairs and all that, I imagine it's hard to take anyone seriously if you don't know their competence.
Doesn't mean you act like a total asshole to them.
You're
I mean,
wrong.
if you want to be left alone, it seems like a pretty easy way to get that.
Okay.
Right. Where's the group headed to now? Probably have time for one more encounter this session.
Well,
Griffin?
yeah, I was gonna say Katep could try finding Savra just to see if it's even in the realm of possibilities that someone holding this weird umbrella contraption goes around the city, but
Okay. Are you going with the group?
yeah, the group can come if they'd like.
Alua also kind of puts her hand up and she says, "Oh, actually, you know what I should do again is send a letter or visit that lady at the dock, and just to clarify, I think someone was being fraudulent. That one guy, the DJ, what was his name?
TJ Maxx?
JB never caught.
JB never caught." And just say that, explain that there is someone who is claiming that they are her second hand or right hand mate or something like that, and that they had come to us and there was a mistake, and just to watch out. I think that she would write that letter and then send it off, whatever response back. But she just wanted to give her warning.
Okay. You compose a letter, maybe while you're there at the Yawning portal, maybe?
Yeah. I think right before we leave, she'll do that.
Pass it off. Sure. What ship or what captain are you asking this letter to be delivered to?
If it's not Sylvia, Susanna. Gosh, I'm looking at my notes. I'm trying to find the
Susanna Snape was the captain's name.
Susanna
Yes.
Snapes. Okay, Captain Susanna Snapes of the of the...
I think it was Star Chaser.
Yeah. It's so hard trying to like look back.
What character is this?
Star Chaser is the
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, Star Chase, yeah, all of that.
That's a Star Chaser.
Just let her know that there was a JB never caught, and then goateed, well dressed as a halfling. I think he's a
Half elf, I believe.
Half elf.
Or just a human. I can't immediately recall. I could look through my notes, but alert him that somebody might have been impersonating a member of their crew.
Yes.
Can you tell about mention the money this person gave you?
She will mention that the gratitude that was provided, so not to say it that way, seemed to try and throw us off. But yeah, basically she would mention that there was a gift, I suppose, that was given, saying that it was from the Captain Susanna.
Sure thing. Get back to that here in a little bit, but the group is staying together for Katep's directive. Where would you like to take them to?
Right. So this is thoughts as a player. It's less so trying to get a hold of the arbiters for help. It's just more stopping by and seeing if there is some sort of official assistance they could get from the Griffin Riders, but I don't know how everything in the city works as a player.
You have a background in guard work and stuff. The Griffin Riders, the Griffin Cavalry of Waterdeep, is a very elite organization. They keep their base and nests up on Mount Waterdeep, where there's not an easy access point to it. There's no necessarily headquarters of them. You could inquire at a city watch location, maybe, or a city guard location, because they are actually a member of the city guard, not the city watch. But I mean, yeah, it's not something people would typically know how to do. You don't just there's a Griffin building or anything like that.
Okay, so with that knowledge, he probably would go by the Mighty Manticore and try to get a hold of her that way. But I know you gave me that code phrase to get a hold of them. If possible, he would try to make it clear that he's not seeking immediate help. He just wants to have a chat with her.
Can play this out. So you lead them to the Mighty Manticore Tavern in the castle ward. This is a mighty fortress-like building. It's built to it's like one of those theme park diners almost. Though obviously this is a fantasy city. It's not that out of place, but it's very much built to look like a small castle, complete with a small moat around the premise, right up against the street itself. Let me pull up my in notes here.
I will also preface this by saying I wrote down that code word on the old character sheet that had a journal thing, which is no longer there.
1 second. Might still be there, just hidden away. All right, if you reload your character sheet, you should be able to click over to it.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
All right, yeah, the Mighty Manticore. Big, massive place. Very fine. Inside the wood, constructing it is this just very nice dark wood. It's been polished to a shine. Big stone pillars kind of supporting it to kind of help complete the castle-like atmosphere it's going for. Bare rugs on the floor, tapestries on the wall kind of thing. Very, very much an upper-class establishment. The bartender is a just gorgeous half-elven woman. Dark raven black hair with streaks of blue dyed through it. Just kind of at this point in time, wiping her brow as you enter, seemingly taking finding a bit of respite in what is a fairly active common room. It's by no means as busy as the Yawning portal, but there are about 5 occupied tables, food in front of all of them. A couple other runners, young boys, kind of dressed up in page attire, seem to be the waiters. But the bar itself is empty, and you can approach if you want to, Katep.
Yeah, he'll kind of he'll probably have mentioned on the way over there is like, so the Griffin riders, I know, like, can't really easily get to where they are. I know how to leave a message to get a hold of her, but I don't know how long it might take, so just give me a second once we get here, and I'll try to get a hold of her. And then he'll try to approach this barkeep. And as he gets near, he's like, hey there, just stopping by for a minute. Friend of mine recommended a drink, blackberry wine with the blueberry cakes.
This half-elven woman kind of lifts a hand up and tucks it behind her ear. Yeah, we have some of that. It'll take a little bit to whip it up. Do you want to take it in the common room or in one of the gaming rooms out back?
Probably just the common room.
All right, well, grab yourself a seat. I'll head out back and see what our blackberries, or head into the cellar rather, and see what our blackberry store is doing. You need anything, just shout for Emma.
I'll do that. Thank you.
She raises a hand and turns to leave. She's a very beautiful woman, but doesn't dress provocatively. It's kind of a somewhat plain blouse and long skirt. She disappears into the back room. Should you guys take a seat?
Yeah, absolutely. After she turns, Alua is automatically gonna look over Katep, see if he looks presentable, clean. Did he do his fingernails? Clean under them. How good do you look?
He looks like he's in his armor. He's got his cloak on, his weapons, his shield is on his back. So
do you think you've bathed since the scarecrows?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think we all did. So he looked good? So is his armor shiny? Is it good?
He looks pretty presentable, yeah. Nothing super fancy, but for him he looks decent.
For him. That's cute. Okay. She'll shine his suit if there's a smudge. Kind of dust off the dirt from earlier in the morning or something.
Lua, it's really not what you're thinking.
Right. First, second, third impressions. Third especially is very good. So, smile. Perfect.
As a few minutes later, Emma comes back, looking a bit frazzled. She's wiping her hand on her apron. Listen, I'm sorry. We're actually all out of blackberries. I've sent one of my assistants over to the market to help out, but it'll probably be an hour or two before they're, find the right quality, the right quantity. If you're willing to wait, I can offer you some wine on the house or a mead or something like that. As an apology for not having this in stock.
Oh, that's all right. I can come back later today. I don't mean to put you out or anything.
I mean, that's fine. Nothing beats fresh blackberries, though. She gives you a look at Tab, just kind of a slight widening of the eyes and the tip of her head.
Right, well, thank you. I'll probably return later tonight, then.
Absolutely, of course. Then I didn't catch your names, by the way.
Oh, I'm Katep, and I guess he'll kind of gesture to the others, and these are my friends and companions.
It is a pleasure. There's a little curtsy, winks at Oren.
Sorry. Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry, I was distracted. All I heard was she winks at Oren.
They're coming back later. She was just asking for their name. But if you guys don't linger, you can head back to the house, I would imagine, or elsewhere in the city. She wait as after Oren presumably introduced himself as the others did.
Yeah.
At first,
Yeah.
Alua would think that she was trying to foot with Katep, and then she looks at it over and you're like, oh, she's one of those.
All right, what's the party up to?
And it's like early mid-afternoon at this point.
Probably another. Yeah. Around noon, I would say, yeah. Let's make it easy.
Well, sounds like it might be a while, but I can come back later, try to meet with Savra and see if it's even possible to get assistance with the Griffin. I know Davil is coming by, hopefully with some information. I don't know if there's anything people wanted to do now, or if we just head back to the manor and wait for a while, or...
Yeah, I think we did have some window shatter, so we could probably have some cleanup to do at the manor. Wouldn't hurt to sit tight.
I'd forgotten about that.
You guys return home?
Yeah, all right.
Of note, once you guys return home, there are a few carpenters out front of the house, apparently working in the square to replace the windows and the damage. Already several cobblestones have been pulled up, and another guild is relaying the cobblestone bricks. Bit of confusion that's explained that the Watchful Order tends to cover any minor costs of malfeasant magic use, which this qualifies as.
Oh, good.
So
they'll cover the cost like our windows,
yeah, just any superficial costs.
like my glass.
If you ask for it, it might be provided.
Important questions.
Yeah, maybe might try.
Yeah, everyone's like, yeah, sure. And I've got some back at my shop. I'll bring one by later today. Just one?
No, I want this glass. Like
Your
with
hands are empty.
like some magic. Well, he'd get the glass. No, it's not just that he wants a glass. He's like, yeah, this is the one that is Darwin's last glass.
Yeah. Who's Darwin?
He's me old man.
Oh, I mean, I could try to make it the same way, but I mean, that's just broken pieces.
Does Mora have the mending spell?
She does not.
Would she know of its existence?
Probably.
To say or if you give me a day, I might be able to fix it up for you.
Might.
I
Yeah,
don't do that.
The magic could fix it all. Yeah, especially if you had all the pieces. Say it could. Just wondering if Mora really cares that much. We'll let you guys ask her about that next session. But
yeah, if you're still watching,
definitely these artisans don't seem capable of the magic involved. They're mundane artisans.
Okay, all right. Thanks anyway.
At the time, yeah. So you guys settle in. Any other notable things to do before the evening? Before you expect Davil and or Katep to do things?
No, Katep might like wander around the outside of the house just to see what all was affected, but if people are already working on repairing any damage that was there, nothing super noticeable.
Okay. About an hour later, about an hour and a half later, a runner comes jogging up the street, steps outside of Trollskull. They have a letter for Katep from Savra Bellabranta. The contents of the letter kind of gently chastise Katep for not waiting, but that she will try to be more available for the rest of the day if it is something important.
All right. So,
Yeah.
I feel like that's somehow on brand that he somehow just stuck his foot in his mouth without even being there.
Yeah, that checks out.
Checks out.
Yep. This is on par. All right. He'd probably look at the letter, stop, and just like stare off into the distance for about 30 seconds, and then just go, "Oh shit," and then just start making his way back towards the tavern.
Immediately, okay. You return, and Emma's still working behind the bar. This time it takes a few minutes as she's in the middle of helping some other people out. But once you step forward, she goes, "Oh, welcome back, Mr. Katep. Well, we've got those blackberries here now. Kind of stinks. Somebody might have enjoyed having a fresh bottle with you, but time's not kind to all of us, is it?"
Yeah, I'm getting that.
That's all right, though, love. So, what can I help you with? Still in the mood for the same?
Yeah, I think I am.
All right. Well, if you want to entertain yourself, I know there's a couple card sets set up in the second room back there. Might be a minute, but I'll see if I can't whip one up real quick.
Sure thing.
I guess it's worth asking, did Katep take anybody with him? Or she just kind of stomped off on his own?
No, I pictured it as one of those things where he just looks at the letter, realized he made a mistake, and then just started walking off. He wouldn't necessarily stop anyone if they followed him, but he's not like going, "Oh yeah, I'll be back later."
So, if anybody was keeping track of Katep closely.
Yeah, I mean, I think we might collectively look at each other and should we follow him? Did anyone? I guess we read the letter.
No, I don't think he shared the letter.
No, it's one of those things. He looks at it, puts it in his pocket, just goes, "Oh shit," and then just walks off.
Yeah, I had imagined you like just slam it on the table and walk off. But if you put it in your pocket, then, yeah, I don't
Probably
know.
would have just asked, "Where are you going? What's the shit for?"
Just me making an idiot of myself. I'll be back later.
But what about your girlfriend?
Not my girlfriend, but I'm going to deal with that right now.
Oh, I'm coming with you. Don't make a fool of yourself. Don't worry. We'll tell you what to say. We might look at Orin.
That it's not. Never mind.
Let's go.
All right, we'll hide.
So as Emma directs Katep back to one of the private gaming rooms off the main common room, the two of you still join. Follow him back there.
I don't want to make it awkward or anything. I give him the mind link response. How many times a day can I do that?
I'd
I
say
give
that's
thumbs up.
short of progress, maybe, but
If they go into the room, then are we still able to see them?
no, it's a.
It's a
These
private
these rooms are fully separate rooms. They're not adjacent.
That's okay. She doesn't. She knows privacy when she.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just say she understands privacy enough to know that she should stand out for a second.
Okay, yeah, we'll be at a table nearby, having a drink. Order a drink.
All right,
Something fancy like warm rice wine.
they have it.
Yeah.
Nice place. You guys do get a few looks. It's worth noting. Some of the cavaliers and armored folk of the mighty Manicore just kind of look over your way, kind of look a bit confused as to your presence. They don't sneer or ask questions, but just take note. Your armor's maybe not quite as fine as theirs. Your clothing not quite as pristine. But Katep, you sequester yourself back in a back room. About 20 minutes later, there's a quick knock, followed by a female voice calling out, "I'm coming in." The door opens.
All right.
Of note, you guys at the entrance don't see this woman. You don't see Savra, who you've seen before. You don't see her come in. Probably came in through a back entrance or something. Savra's a little bit out of breath. All right, what's the matter, Katep? She asks as she's closing the door behind her.
All right. First of all, I'm very bad at this subterfuge stuff, so I'm sorry about earlier. But I assume you heard about the explosion in the North Ward.
Yeah, I was overhead as the watch investigated.
Right. So, my friends and I, we did some poking around. We have a decent lead on what might have caused it and a possible way to track them, but I know that...
Holds up a hand real quick. Does this involve Rokolas at all?
I don't believe so, but we think that whatever caused the attack might have fallen in with possibly the Xanathar or one of the other criminal organizations.
Okay. Next time, maybe just ask Emma to see if she can get a hold of me. Just me.
I will do that. Like I said, this is not my forte. I apologize.
It's fine. Mistakes happen. Now you know. Kind of spooked the poor woman. Anyways, sure. Where do I come in? Do you need my help, the Order's help?
Well, I was going to see if it was possible to get your assistance in particular. This device we have that might be able to track the person responsible for the explosion has a very limited range, and I know that the city is very large. I know that the Griffin Riders are very prestigious. I don't know what your chain of command or operations is like, but this device, and it will kind of hold it out, it should trigger when we're within 500 feet of the individual. I figured it at least worth checking before I spent the next couple days going over the wards manually on foot.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, maybe. It wouldn't be proper in a capital P way, as in I can't do it, to offer you that sort of assistance not so soon afterwards. I imagine for the next few days the cavalry will all be quite busy patrolling and keeping an eye on things. The watch and the guard both are very spooked by this happening. It's all been kept to the dock wards to date. But I suppose all things change. But there is a young griffin named Bone Snapper who's being trained to serve as a mount. And part of that training involves becoming accustomed to strange riders and taking unexpected commands. I could probably put in a word with their trainer, with Bone Snapper's trainer, to vouch for your integrity. And as long as Bone Snapper allows it, he could probably give you a fly over the city. I imagine it would only take a couple of hours at the most to pass over it. Do you want to be the one, or one of your companions?
I mean, I could be the one. Would the rider need any sort of special training beforehand? Or?
Well, I mean, anyone very empathic with animals typically would probably be the best. Griffins are notorious, especially at a young age, for simply not tolerating certain riders, and if a griffin doesn't let you ride it, you don't ride it. At least not with all your limbs still attached. I suppose the thought exists that you could, as a group, head to meet it and see if any of you all managed to gain Bone Snapper's trust. That could work. Might be for the best. If I'm being honest, you don't look like the dog or cat sort of person. So
I very limited interaction with animals, and I'll be honest, flying did make me a bit queasy, so maybe it might be best if it wasn't me.
She rolls her eyes. You landbound. You poor landbound fools.
I mean, it is quite literally in my nature. I feel much better on solid ground.
All right. Well, yeah, sure. Be at the East Gate at dawn tomorrow, if you can.
All right.
We'll get this that show on the road, so to speak. Anyways, I'm here on my break, my second break. She kind of leans in and says that accusatorily, but not hostilely. Obviously, she's just giving you shit a little bit.
Well deserved.
All right. We'll be safe. Keep alert. If you find any sort of sniffs of this cult, please let us know immediately.
I guess he would kind of fill her in that they ran into the scarecrows, but preface it by saying he's not sure if that's related.
Yes, she kind of weighs it. I mean, it could be, I guess. Weird things like that happen around this city. It could be unrelated, it could not be, but I'll try to keep my eyes and ears open as well. See if there's anything more. I'd heard that something was bothering the farm out that way, but nobody thought it was something quite so alarming. It's good to see that it's been resolved at the very least. Anyways, like I said, be safe. Thank you. Good day.
Good day.
She leaves. She heads to the right out the door, whereas the common room is to the left.
Yep, Katep will head to the left and back towards the twins.
Oh, what happened?
Well, she may be able to give us some help. Here, I'll fill you in on our way home, but the gist of it is we're going to need to be up and out of the house well before dawn tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, all right.
So.
Well,
What was that?
I was waiting for Orin to finish.
I'm up early every day anyway.
Also, how do you two feel about the potential of flying?
She said yes to us borrowing a griffin.
What? Sort of. A bit more technicalities than that, but yes, if the griffin lacks one of us, it's a griffin named Bone Snapper. I don't know if that changes anyone's feelings, but if Bone Snapper likes one of us, we'll be allowed to take it for a flight and could Yeah, it could help the search.
Yes. Also, did you score a fourth date?
It wasn't a date.
I mean, you're somewhere with another person on a scheduled time-ish, kind of. I call that a date. She wiggles her eyebrows and like starts walking out the door.
Yep, Katep follows along, having learned long ago not to, that arguing with Alua about certain things probably futile.
All right. Well, then, as you guys head back to Trollskull, the prospects of a potential dinner with Davil, next looming activity, we'll go ahead and end the session there. Pick up next time as you guys continue pursuing Nim's secret, trying to uncover just what this fireball was all about.
Yes. Oh, so much fun.
Yeah, I was not expecting the android angle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Y'all thought it's high fantasy. Bitch, we sci-fi now. We got guns, we got androids.
If we get there and that nimble white is wielding guns, I'm going to be both so happy and so angry.
Lightsabers.
Lightsabers, nice. Okay.
The sun sword?
The sun sword. All right. There's what's the shadow saber? No, the dark saber. I think that's what it was. All right, guys. Let's just go ahead and close out. It's late for a lot of people. Thank you so much, Alex. Tons of fun. This was like this session. We did so much, and I'm like, it was only 4 hours. Good Lord. We are still on for next week, Friday, May the 7th. Good Lord.
Should be.
All right, 7 p.m. PST time, 10 p.m. Eastern time. And then we will continue our Odyssey of the Dragon Lords on Tuesday, May 4th at 7 p.m. PST time, 10 p.m.
Man, I'm not going to be here for all the lightsaber puns.
Yeah, Alex will not be there. That is his loss. So many things are going to happen, and he won't be there. Travel time. Anyway, thank you all for being here, for watching, viewing, slapping stickers onto the screen. Cool. It's a new feature. And we'll see you next time. Have a good night. Have a fantastic weekend, and stay safe.
Good night.
Good night.
Well,